Okay, the time is 7 p.m. We're going to call to order the Narragansett Town Council regular meeting. This is May 1st, 2023. Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we'll move on to the approval of minutes for the March 27th, 2023 school budget public hearing. So I have a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay, motion by Councilor Lawler, seconded by Councilor Kopek. Motion passes 4 with 1 abstention. Next, we'll move on to the announcements presentations. We have the town manager's update. Mr. Tierney.
Good afternoon, members of the council and the public, those of you at home. Primarily this past week, the town has been consumed with updating the town's budget preparation, and you'll see more of that this evening during the public hearing. Regarding pavement management, Miozy started working on our roads last Thursday. They're on Saybrook Ave and Wampum Road today. I also, late today, I received a phone call from DEM that the town has officially received notice. We haven't got the written notice yet, that they've served notice on PRI-X that they've breached their lease in Galilee, and they will not be renewing or extending the lease in Galilee to them. DEM Legal Counsel and the Rhode Island Attorney General's Office has been working together on this matter and have stayed in communication with the town. Additionally, they plan to move forward on the demolition of the structure. The timeline is unknown at this juncture, and litigation will most certainly follow. And the rest I'll save for the budget hearing.
Thanks, that's great news. Thank you. Okay, next we'll move on. We do have a couple public hearings tonight scheduled, but we need to wait till 7:30 for that, so I'll move on to the next part of the agenda, which is the open forum public comment. Again, open forum public comment is a time for any member of the public to speak on a topic not on the meeting agenda. A sign-in sheet is available to members of the public who wish to speak during open forum public comment and located at the table in the back of the council chambers. Speakers will be called in the order as they appear on the sign-in sheet. Before open forum public comment is closed, members of the public who did not sign up will be given the chance to speak. Speaking in a meeting during open forum public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers are required to state their name and address before speaking and are expected to conduct themselves in an orderly and respectful fashion. The comments of citizens accessing this portion of the meeting are neither adopted nor endorsed by the body, but heard as requested. Okay, so Mr. Tierney, do we have our first speaker?
First listed speaker is Ann Koch.
Ms. Koch. Please state your name and address.
My name is Ann Koch, and I reside at 22 Beach Row in Narragansett. I am a senior citizen, obviously, and a registered voter. I'm a member of the board of the Narragansett Senior Citizens Association. However, I'm here tonight representing myself, not the senior center or the association. I'm here to inform you that I'm against providing any funds to the town of South Kingston Senior Center without further study. I would also like to know why the center is at risk for running into a deficit. In addition, I have signatures which I have presented from Narragansett seniors who also object to restoring funding to the South Kingston Senior Program for services to Narragansett seniors until it is shown that services South Kingston provides are not available to Narragansett seniors anywhere else. When Narragansett did not have a senior program, I, like other seniors, did attend the South Kingston Senior Center. Now Narragansett has a community center where seniors can come together for lunch and many other activities. Both food programs are federally funded. The state of Rhode Island has rules regarding the food consumption. The town of South Kingston and the town of Narragansett share services and funding for a senior daycare center. The two towns also share funding for an information specialist who is located in South Kingston. This person has special expertise to assist seniors with specific needs, especially in the area of insurance. Duplication of this service I consider would be wasteful. As mentioned in the Narragansett Times article, 1,000 seniors use the South Kingston Senior Center. Because of the electronic sign-in system, it should be relatively easy to determine just how many of these individuals using the center are from Narragansett. The purpose of the visit, other than lunch, may be more difficult to ascertain unless there is a sign-up sheet for the activity. From my knowledge and from the article in the Narragansett Times on Friday, April 21st, all activities listed as available at South Kingston, with the exception of being able to learn French, are available at Narragansett to our seniors. We receive monthly visits from a visiting nurse, blood pressure checks, computer instruction, access to free computers through a grant from the University of Rhode Island, and information referrals. Narragansett has bingo and flower arranging classes that South Kingston does not have. Narragansett sponsors bus trips for a fee to various activities and locations. It would be nice if some of the funds the town of Narragansett is offering to South Kingston could be added to the Narragansett seniors' budget to offset the cost of the buses and make these trips more affordable to seniors. I agree that more data should be gathered. I feel the wants and the needs will differ by whether the senior is able to drive or has access to transportation other than the senior buses or RIPTA. In summation, I do not feel any of my tax dollars need to go to South Kingston to support a senior center.
Thank you, Ms. Koch.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Charles Costello.
Mr. Costello.
My name is Charles Spooner Costello. I live at 200 Clock Road in Narragansett. I just heard a rumor, I don't know if that's right to bring that up here, but I've been told that the town of South Kingstown helps the veterans of Narragansett. Well, if they do that, I don't know anything about it, and I'm interested in it. And I'm also a member of the Blinded Veterans Association. And if I have any time left, could I relinquish it to Ann Koch?
She's also, I think she,
Then I'm done.
but thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you
Thank
for your comments, Mr. Koch. And thank you for your service. Next,
The third speaker is Bretta Combs.
Ms. Combs.
Bretta Combs, 5 Crane Terrace. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. I just wanted to recognize that your work is hard. I can't imagine the difficulty in trying to please everybody in our community. That said, this is about a need for committed leadership with clear purpose, priorities, and tough conversations, and the capacity for change. That's what our town needs. That said, when you have facts and data, you need to read that data and use it to make consistent decisions. If you love this town and if you act with grace and respect for our community, you'll have and you'll use that data to help you make those decisions for the better good of our community. It saddened me that at our last town council meeting, with the exception of Council Buono and COPAC, this council clearly ignored that data. The Economic Development Committee was reestablished in January of '21. I was appointed in April and later subsequently named or nominated chair, a position I never wanted or pursued. This committee has had an enormous bullseye target on it from the start. I believe we can have different views and opinions about various matters. Our committees should be built with that intent. I don't believe we should be forming committees with like-minded beliefs. I feel strongly that when we don't build our committees with this as a foundation, we are choosing our own comfort over hard conversations, and that's the epitome that corrodes trust and our ability to move us away from meaningful and lasting change. It also limits the diversity and inclusivity our community needs. You also need to keep in mind that this is only as good as those selected individuals you appoint to show up and actively participate in the process with consistent commitment and dedication. When we fix the wrong things for the wrong reasons, we have the same problems. It's costly, it's demoralizing, and it suffocates our community from learning and growing. So you made your decision, and I'm dealing with it. I know my only recourse is my vote at the polls. So today I come before you to resign from the Economic Development Committee. I'm sure you're not surprised. That was the intent, to squeeze me out so that you can build a committee of like-minded individuals. It has become toxic and unmanageable, especially as a volunteer. This is not something I would ever wish or suggest anyone should spend their time doing. In the book Dare to Lead by Brené Brown, she defines a leader as anyone who can take responsibility for finding the potential in people and processes, and who has the courage to develop that potential. Let me read that one more time. Anyone who takes responsibility for finding the potential in people and processes, and who has the courage to develop that potential. It's unfortunate that this town council lacks that courage. My trust in a few of you has completely diminished, which was caused by a lack of connection and empathy for this situation. We have too much shame and blame and not enough accountability and learning. We are avoiding tough conversations or just not even having them. I know I might not have been perfect as a chair of the Economic Development Committee, and I reflect on that, but I did the very best with the task that I was given, a nearly impossible task given the circumstances. I leave you with this. Courage is contagious. We have to cultivate a culture in which we work bravely and we have tough conversations and whole hearts with expectations, and armor is not necessary or rewarded. Daring leaders, that would be you, must care for and be connected to the people they lead. That's me and the people behind me and the people watching from home. So we have two options.
I'm
Develop
sorry,
the
you
care
have
and connection,
3 minutes is up. I've
or
let you
find
speak.
leaders who are a better fit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bretta.
Next.
Stanley Wojciechowski.
Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road. We just said liberty and justice for all. Everybody deserves liberty. Every human being deserves justice. They're all equal. There should be no discrimination. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this three-student ordinance I hear about seems to target, discriminate against some human beings, students. You know, the summer rental program, the summer rentals are actually more noisy, and you have more noise and problems with parking with the summer rentals than you do with the students. Yet, you, after promising to treat everybody equal, continue to pursue enforcement of a discriminatory law. And that means you are not following through, as you just promised, with liberty and justice for all. Students, non-students, old people, young people, I don't care who they are. For all, nobody should be targeted. This is discrimination right out there. Tell me if I'm wrong. What don't I see? Discrimination. Please eliminate your activity with this three-student and pursue the correct action of parking and noise to fix any problems that we have out there. Thank you.
Next.
Richard Vandermarsh.
Richard Vandermarsh, 55 Osceola. Just two brief little blurbs. I hope you all saw that wonderful article in yesterday's Providence Journal on Canachet Farm. It was a truly magnificent article, and invite you to the walk given by the writer from the Providence Journal on Saturday at 10 a.m. And speaking on behalf of the Narragansett Finance Committee, I urge you to take advantage of the help the Finance Committee wants to give, especially in the wastewater issue. The chairman of the committee is if not the national leader in municipal accounting, at least one of the national authorities in municipal and accounting. We have much to add, especially in the wastewater case. And I urge you to involve the town finance committee and its chairman, Mark Abrams, in this particular task.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Charlie Donadio.
Good evening, council members. Charlie Donadio, 66 Ninigurt Road, North End, Narragansett. I'm just here to talk about something that happened a couple weeks ago that some of you may not know about. I was away visiting colleges with my daughter. Can't believe she's this old already, but got a phone call that there was a pretty big brush fire going on in Narragansett in the North End. And it turned out to be a pretty big deal, which was, I believe, overshadowed by the 200-acre fire that happened in Exeter. So I'm here just to kind of let you know what happened. There was about 8 fire departments involved, including the town of Narragansett, North Kingstown, South Kingstown, Jamestown, Hope Valley, Wyoming, Charlestown, Richmond, Ashaway, and Carolina. And I believe they had somewhere between 12 and 14 fire trucks, along with water trucks fighting this fire for about 6 to 7 hours. So this is basically not my particular backyard, but if this fire had grown out of control, which it was kind of starting to do with the high winds, it was on April 12th, almost 2 weeks ago. But I just want to come here and basically thank the Narragansett fire departments for what they did. I mean, I live there. It could have been a lot worse. It could have affected a lot of houses. But I commend them on the job they did. They don't normally fight forest fires like that. So I know one guy had to go to the hospital from the fire department. But also thank the police, Narragansett Police, the Department of Public Works, the Parks and Recreation Department, and the Public Safety Dispatch. And I believe that Rhode Island DM Forestry was here as well. So I'd like to thank Chief Partington and his 16 firefighters that were there that day, but we really appreciate it because it could have been a lot worse and seriously affected my house, which was pretty much in the woods with it. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other people signed up?
There are no other
Okay.
speakers signed up for public comment.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Ms. Celeberto?
Catherine Celeberto, 48 Earls Court. It's come to my attention that the town is going to negotiate a settlement with Kristen Riley, the wife of disgraced police officer Matthew Riley. The Supreme Court, Rhode Island Supreme Court, sent his case back to the pension board to have a new hearing under the new rules. The Rhode Island Supreme Court did not send the case back to the town to negotiate a settlement with his wife. Further, I was looking at the reasoning for this so-called settlement. Mr. Agasta cited a state law. I looked it up. The law says that if a spouse of a say, an employee who loses their pension wants to claim an innocent spouse provision, the court can give them, the court has to give them a hearing. At that hearing, in court, the spouse has to prove that he or she needs the money to live on. There's an additional requirement in this case. She has to prove she's an innocent spouse, and she has to prove that before the pension board, and she has not done that. This settlement you're negotiating isn't what the court ordered. The court ordered a new hearing before the pension board, and both courts specifically did not take up Miss Riley's, ascension that she is an innocent spouse and she deserves half his pension. And yet, I guess because, people want to get rid of this case once and for all, you're going to give her half of his pension. A public pension, a public employee earns his pension. They earn it by working, they earn it by contributing. The pension belongs to that person. There is no community property law in this state. You lose your pension, you lose it. You lose it, end of story. Your spouse doesn't get to try to claim half of what you've lost. You've lost it, it's zero. Half of zero is zero. I do not understand this whole thing, why she should be getting anything, and especially since there's been no offer of proof on her part in any way. And both courts specifically did not take up her contention that she was an innocent spouse, and there is no innocent spouse provision in our pension law or in any public pension law that I could find in this state. So I don't know why you're going down this road. Obviously you are. I called 2 attorneys about this. So I'm a taxpayer, what can I do? Can I go to court and try to stop the town from doing this? Both of them said the same thing. I could do it if I want to, 50-50 chance I could win, and then the whole matter would go back before the pension board. Now, the last time this matter was before the pension board, Mr. Davis chose a solicitor, assistant solicitor. I don't feel that person served the residents well, Andrew Berg. He obviously failed due process 101 because he mucked up the hearing, and that's how we ended up in court and all this different problem. Now he's our solicitor again. So I am concerned that if, say, I do go to court and I did win and the whole case has to go back before the pension board, who would represent the town? I guess I'm just here to say I'm just disgusted about this whole thing. This police officer went to jail. He lost his pension. End of story.
Thank you. Is anyone else? Mr. Richards, I see you up there.
Stephen Richards, 91 Inez Street, Narragansett. As I assume you know why I'm here, so I'm obviously here to talk about the pickleball courts. But one thing I did want to notice, I did notice over the weekend when the state published grants that were given out over the weekend for recreational grants, there was $4.1 million of grants given for recreation to 13 different communities. I think there were 5 of them that got pickleball courts added to their grants from the state, from their communities. When the pickleball community met with the Parks and Recreation people last November, we asked them about grants, and they said there was no grant money. No grants were asked for by the town of Narragansett from this pool of money, so I'm not sure what happened in that case, but that would have been a real good way to help maybe mitigate some of the costs for pickleball courts that we've been asking for. But since they didn't ask for them, we didn't get the grant. So that's going to be one. I'm going to be coming back at the public hearing to talk about another proposal that we're going to be, we're going to be making to see if we can adjust for that. But one thing else I want to talk about is that it's a little bit disappointing after all this time, 2 years, having 150 people sign a petition, going to meetings, going to things, making a proposal, putting out a plan, putting out rationale for plan, sending out memos to every one of the town council candidates, getting responses from town council candidates about how they feel about pickleball, that in fact we're getting nothing, not a penny for next year. Not a penny. was allocated for pickleball for next year. That's pretty disappointing after all this work, after all this time, that the town council and the town recreation department couldn't come up with some money to help out building up, additional pickleball courts for the need for pickleball courts. And the fact that they think that putting pickleball courts on tennis courts is a real good idea for the long term, when in fact that has caused real problems in other communities when people fight over tennis courts and pickleball courts. It's happened to me. And it's happened to me, and so when I'm on a pickleball court, and when I want to play people playing pickleball down in Brosville Park, we had 25 people waiting to play pickleball and 2 people playing tennis. And they stayed there for an hour and a half. And they didn't play, they were just rallying, they were just 2 kids just rallying back and forth. We didn't ask them to leave, but it was very disappointing. We also know that some people stole a pickleball court, net rather, up in North Kingstown. So, this is going to be, this is a short-term solution to a very long-term issue. And so I just want to express to you my feelings about that, because it's very important that everybody here knows that the town council and the town staff has done nothing to support us. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more speaker before we have to shift over to our public hearing. I saw a gentleman in the back. I'll take that. Please state your name and address.
Hello, everyone. My name is Munif Halawa, and I live on 11 Goose Island Road by Great Island. I am also the father of a 4-year-old that goes to Narragansett preschool. And I am here today, first, I would like to start, first of all, by thanking Narragansett Police Department. I saw some of the gentlemen there, and I also see, thank you, Chief, and I also see Officer O'Connor, and I know Officer Rooney is not here, but I'd like to thank these gentlemen and other Narragansett Police Department officers for their hard work, timely response, and everything they do to secure our children, and in all schools in all time. I realize that in a certain day, this town, we had a threat, and everyone, all the officers responded in a timely manner, and I'm very grateful for that as a father, and I'm very grateful for that for the small community we have. But I also would like to voice my support for, as a member of this community full-time, I'd like to voice my support for the legislation to add a 3rd police officer. I believe we should, as a community, give these officers all the resources they need to do their job effectively, that is, to protect our children, most and foremost. And I also believe that if off school year, once the school year is over, we could use the additional officer.
We can, so we actually have that on the agenda, so you can speak. It's towards the end of the meeting, so you're okay to speak on that at the end, or?
Forgive me, it's the first time, first meeting.
Yeah, so anything that's not on the agenda is for public part, but if you want.
Thank you. If I can sum it up in like 10 seconds.
Go ahead.
Thank you so very much, and I apologize.
Okay, no problem.
We could use the additional officers in the summer. We all know last year we had an issue with Block Island and some rowdy tourists. We could use the officers in different parts of the city. So I just wanted to come out and come up here and say that, and thank you for your time. And again, thank the police officers for everything they do and first responders in our town. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, so time is, we'll start the public hearing. So the first public hearing decision is a motion to reschedule a public hearing for text revisions to various sections of the zoning ordinance to comply with recent state law changes to wetlands. And this was originally scheduled actually earlier, so we're just rescheduling it it was scheduled for today's meeting, the May 1st meeting, but it needs to be rescheduled to June 5th, 2023, due to a technical error. So I have a motion to.
So moved. Second.
Okay. Any discussion from the council? Any discussion from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion to reschedule by Motion by Counselor Lawler, second by Counselor Kopech. Motion passes 5-0. Next on the agenda is a motion to schedule a public hearing for text revisions to various sections of the zoning ordinance to comply with recent authorization by the electorate for retail sale of cannabis and cannabis products, and refer this request to the planning board for review and recommendation.
So moved. Second.
Okay, and the date for that is a public hearing for June 19th, 2023. Any discussion from the council? I'm sorry, this is any comments from the, this is a motion to, sir, this is a motion to schedule. You can only speak on scheduling it.
All the questions that came up tonight, when can we expect decisions?
It's just open forum public comment, so we don't, it's not a back and forth, but
no.
I'll follow up with you, sir. I'll follow up with you, sir.
Shut up, Jack.
Okay, so this is, all right, so this is the motion to schedule. Anyone from the public regarding the motion to schedule the public hearing? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion by Counselor Lawler, second by Counselor Kopech. Motion passes 5-0. Next is a motion to open and hold a public hearing on a petition from Narragansett Holdings, LLC, for the abandonment of a portion of Barron Road.
So moved. Second.
Okay, so this. Okay, so any discussion from the council? Okay.
I think it's pretty clear.
Please state your name. You need to be sworn in by the solicitor.
Attorney Jack McGreen, representing the petitioner, Narragansett Holdings.
Excuse me. We don't typically swear in offices
Oh, I'm
of the
sorry.
court.
Okay. Go
But
ahead.
we, if we hear from his client, we'll swear him in.
Okay, sounds good.
You need to do a vote to open it.
Oh, vote, motion to open and hold. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have, I believe there's a few maps that can be brought up on your screen. I'm not sure, let me see those. Oh, great. So my client, Narragansett Holdings, owns the property that surrounds the Barron Road, which is the road that we're looking to have abandoned by the town. They own over here, on this side, everything in green they own. And I understand that there's a House bill pending that would give the town permission to sell for fair market value of the roads. My client would like to have the abandonment go through sooner than that and not wait for that legislation. And I suggested to the town solicitor, and you can speak to him directly, but I had a proposal of perhaps doing some sort of voluntary contribution either to the town's property trust or the Affordable Housing Trust in lieu of a payment in exchange for the abandonment of that road. And I came up with a calculation of $81,838 based on the square footage of that road. Now, I know the planning board, we had some discussion as to perhaps that there might be a lot, more than one lot that could be created from the abandonment. And I do have somebody here from Dupree Engineering, Brian Thalman, to just run you through that plan and show that, actually we can only get one house and one lot on that property. He can run through that with you, but perhaps before he does that, I just was looking for some feedback from the town council to see what their thoughts were on doing a voluntary contribution in lieu of waiting another year and a half to put this out to assuming that you did go along with the abandonment, putting it out to the the public for approval for sale of property.
Does any council member want to comment on this?
Yes, Steve. I think between, maybe there's a bill in to possibly sell property or receive funds for it, plus we have the voter initiative that needs to be unturned. I think it's too unclear to even entertain that at this point, from my perspective.
Okay. So, so my clients put the $900 in to get the road abandonment. Assuming that you would consider the road abandonment, that there's no utility left in that property, and you'd be willing to sell it to my client, could we perhaps continue this to after the, hopefully the approval of that House bill? I think it's House Bill H.
I think there's a House
Yeah.
and Senate
House
bill.
Bill H 5597. I'm hopeful that's going to go through this year in this session.
We also have a recommendation from the
planning board.
the planning board that we're going to consider after this.
Right, and so I did read the planning board recommendation, and I think I was trying to read between the lines, and I assumed that their biggest concern was the town not getting paid for the road. And my client's more than willing to pay fair market value for that road, number one. Number two, there was some reference that there is possible utility in that road, and quite frankly, I would love to hear what the possible utility would be. There's no electric, there's no sewer in that road. My client owns all three sides. There's existing utility that runs along the Canton Road, I believe. And so, and I do have my engineer here. If you would like to listen to him, but we just don't see that there is any utility in that road, and the town would get a substantial amount of money in exchange for, and it's a paper road, it's not even an approved road. So with that being said, I'll let Mr. Thorman come up and briefly talk you through that map and show you why he thinks it's only one.
Would you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Brian P. Thalman, the last name is spelled T as in Tom, Halmann. I'm a professional engineer and senior project manager with Dupree Engineering. We have offices at 2 Stafford Court in Cranston, Rhode Island, zip code 02920.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Madam Chairperson and members of the honorable members of the council, as Mr. McGreen had indicated, Narragansett Holdings owns 3 parcels on both Canton Road and the unimproved section of Barron Road. They're identified as lots 78, 79, and 85. In total, it's about 3 acres, give or take. And we had approached DEM about the possibility of removing the existing structure and then reconstructing a new dwelling. And we had originally approached DEM just before the wetland regulations were revised in July of 2022. We have a wetlands biologist who has delineated this freshwater wetland edge, and under the new regulations, we're only allowed to delineate that edge on our property. So what you're seeing is blue areas, and anything inside of these blue areas is actually vegetated wetland. One thing that the new amended regulations did in July of 2022 is there was an increase in the jurisdictional setbacks or the buffers to these vegetated wetlands. Previously, those wetlands would have seen a 50-foot setback. This one would have had no setback. And now with the DEM regulation amendment, we now have a 25-foot setback on this isolated wetland, and everything else now has a 75-foot setback. So the only area on the property that essentially is free of DEM's jurisdiction is about 1,400 square feet. In our deliberations with the planning board, when we presented this petition for a recommendation, one of the comments that came from the planning board is, what is the further potential to subdivide this property? Obviously, we would have frontage along many streets, but there are many things that define a buildable lot. And in this area where it's not serviced by public sewers, we would have to then demonstrate to DEM that we have the potential to site a conforming septic system. We have completed a bit of field data. We did a test pit in this area of the parcel and then another one in this area of the parcel. This one, we found a water table that, through a variance process, we could site a much improved septic system than the one that services the dwelling now, which in all likelihood is in the water table. With that said, DEM has expressed reservation of further build-out of this portion of the property. And essentially what has happened is that the prior owner, the Vaca family, has essentially maintained this as a recreational yard. And DEM is looking to see if there is a way to reestablish this as a wetland. I know the Department of Public Works had expressed concern about this having some potential value, but I would certainly argue that the ability to access this across the wetland would at minimum present a formal wetlands application both on the southwest side, but also on the northeast side as well. And as of right now, there is at least one outbuilding that's within the right-of-way and another one in parts partially. I think when you kind of look at what defines a lot and the ability to yield further gain from this, it's not anything from a professional opinion that we see has any reasonable likelihood. It would just not pass the sniff test at DEM's on-site wastewater treatment program for subdivision suitability, which is a requirement to demonstrate that a lot can be further subdivided. So we maintain that this parcel, which has an existing dwelling, could be replaced with a more conforming septic system that is capable of advanced treatment to the wastewater, and that we can work with DEM to find an area in this general area that I'm kind of outlining that would be able to appease DEM to their regulations and allow potentially what the owner is contemplating. We don't see any further usability of this property beyond that.
Thank you.
And just to wrap up, so really the point of his testimony really goes towards value more than your decision to approve the abandonment. I think your decision to approve the abandonment is to whether or not there's any utility in that road where you wouldn't want to abandon the road. The value issue really, were you to abandon that, we would have to present that to the tax assessor, who would probably set the value and point out that it's only in a single lot. We couldn't make 3 lots, 3 buildable house lots. But that goes to value. Really, we're here today to see if the town would entertain the abandonment, either now or at some point in the future. And like I said, my client, either way, would be willing to pay fair market value for that property.
Thank you. Any comments from the council members? Councilor Kopech?
Well, I just want to, I mean, I don't think that we can make a decision on this based on the information that we have from the planning board at this point in time, and also the fact that we don't have the, we don't yet have the right to sell the land. So I don't think there's anything much we can do. And I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens in terms of, you know, what's actually possible in terms of lots. So, right, I think we're going to have to wait. I guess that's how I put it.
Thanks, Councilor Lawler.
I have to concur. We can't make a decision tonight. Our hands are tied, and to abandon a road, I think I've voted to abandon roads before, and I've regretted those votes in the past. So I can't see myself right now wanting this to happen, and we do. As Steve pointed out, we right now we can't sell property. And then we also have to wait for the state.
Thank you. Any other council members wishing to speak on this? Comments? Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this agenda item or this public hearing? Okay.
So then just to wrap up, I can see that you're not, at this point in time, willing to do anything. Abandon. Could this matter perhaps be continued rather than denied until we see how that legislation turns out? And obviously, there'll need to be an amendment to the town's ordinance to set the rules of engagement as to how you're going to price this lot out, assuming it were abandoned.
I think my concerns were that there were objections from town staff and town departments. We always, with these abandonments now, we actually request that they have input. In the past, we hadn't. So there was some objections to this abandonment. And then it did go before the planning board, and there was a recommendation that is presented to us that we have on the agenda to move forward on.
So I was at that planning board meeting, and there was a comment, and I would appreciate it if I could find out what the utility was that the DPW thought was left in that road. It just said, I think there might be some utility, but it wasn't expressed as to what utility he thought would be there. Right. And in that memo also, I guess there were a couple of people that were supposed to review and determine whether or not there were utilities in that road. I think they were on vacation at the time, so they couldn't add to the report. But since then, there has been a determination made that there are no utilities in that paper street. So I'm not sure if that would change the DPW's mind about the utility of the paper road.
I'm not sure. I mean, there's, the council can, if anyone would want to continue this, or just, just the next, or we could just accept the recommendation of the planning board. It's up to the council. Someone would have to make a motion, though.
If we deny this tonight, what happens?
Same question, Mark.
They would have to reapply.
We'd have to reapply and spend another $900. So that's really my goal, is not to have my client have to spend another $900.
Right. So if I think the request is to get more information, or just from other departments, or if there is a willingness to sell in the future once the legislation is passed, and it probably will be at the end of this session, which is ending in June, but we won't know that.
Could we perhaps continue it so I could get some more information from the DPW to see if he's had a chance to further review those comments about there being no utilities in that road?
Is there any issue if we did continue it? I don't know that there is.
I'm going to ask our town clerk. So because there is, when you do reschedule it, you have to put it back. You have to advertise and all that. So I'm going to ask Ms. Taro, like what the next steps would be if we did decide to continue it to date certain.
Additionally, but could we also ask Mark, ask our solicitor to weigh in on this too?
Well, I think you can close the public hearing. I think the motion is number 7 on the agenda. When you get to the motion, you could pull the motion and revisit it and hold off making a decision in that fashion. It might be cleaner. I think when I read DPW's concerns, I'm not sure I have all the information, but it went to value as well. So it may be worth, I don't think, we're not going to be selling that anytime soon because we need legislative approval, then we need an ordinance to set the procedure for valuing it, and then it has to go on the ballot. So I don't see any harm in pulling motion number 7 if that's what you choose to do.
Okay, yeah, so that would be it. So we would just, this is just for the public hearing. Later on the agenda, we had the motion whether we were going to, motion number 7 was to deny. So we could, once we get to new business, pull that. So.
Can I make a comment?
Sure, Council for Randy.
I'd just like to make a comment. We have a motion already. The planning board feels, and the community development department feels strong enough that they have a motion to deny. You don't really see that often at the same public hearing. So there's obviously something that the town planning department, the highway department sees some issues with this. So, you know, we're having a public hearing now. We've had the planning board look through it all. So, you know, I just think there's a strong message that from our staff, and I do agree with the staff on this, that, you know, they wouldn't have it on here as a separate agenda item if they didn't feel strong enough that this wasn't worthy to have in this town.
Well,
That's my comment.
I did
Thank
have a
you.
chance to review that, the staff report, and I'm quite certain that the town planner recommended approval. So there were two negative comments. One was they didn't think they could sell. We should do this without getting value. And I've already stated that my client is more than willing to pay fair market value, number one. And number two, the other comment was the DPW stating that there may be some utility left in that road. And I believe he stated that, not having the knowledge that there are no utilities in that road. Yeah, the recommendation, yeah, based on the above, the staff suggests the subject segment of Barron Road right away be determined to have no further utility. So that was the comment of the staff.
I also,
Okay, thank
the recommendation from the planning board, you know, essentially says that the land area may be useful to the town in the future and should not be considered for abandonment until the town has further investigated its use of potential adjacent uses. Then it goes on to say, with regard to the value of the land, the board suggests the decision to abandon should be held in abeyance until they're not asking for denial, and they didn't deny themselves. They said, you know, they're not ready to make a determination, is essentially what they're saying, I believe.
And that's why I asked for the continuance.
Okay, but this is the public hearing right now, so we're just going to, we can, if there's no further comments, we can close the public hearing, correct?
Can I just make one?
I'm sorry,
Public comment.
Ms. Terrell?
Public comment.
Yeah, I did ask if anyone was from the public is anyone from the public wishing to comment? I didn't see anyone earlier. There's no one wishing to comment from the public? Okay, Councilor
Yeah,
Ferrandi, one more.
just one comment. I'm reading verbatim from the recommendation. The recommendation says that the town denies a petition from the Narragansett Holdings LLC for abandonment of a portion of Barron Road. So that's what I'm reading.
I was reading the staff report, and you had suggested that the staff was against it. In fact, they were not against it. They were for it. They thought there was no utility, and they recommended the approval of the abandonment.
Okay, so I'm just going to refocus everybody. This is the public hearing. We've heard everyone's public comments. We're going to close, if we have a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so motion by Councilor Kopech, seconded by Councilor Lawler. Motion passes 5-0. We also have a motion to receive and accept the planning board recommendation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any comment from the council? This is just to receive and accept the recommendation. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, this was motion by Councilor Lawler, second by Councilor Kopech. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have a motion to open and hold a second public hearing on the proposed budget for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion by Councilor Lawler, second by Councilor Kopech. Motion passes 5-0. Before we start the discussion, Mr. Tierney, do you have any recommendations and comments as we discuss the budget?
Yes, before Christine Wilson, our finance director, presents a PowerPoint to update everyone, there were several recommendations. Some will still be in the PowerPoint because they can't be changed until such time as the council votes on them. But some of the recommendations that you'll see, that you'll hear about right now, you'll see them in the presentation as well. The ARPA funding breakdown that you'll see on the PowerPoint, that is the most updated version, and I recommend no changes in that, and the staff recommends no changes in the ARPA funding breakdown. The special appropriations that are made specifically to the council to distribute as the council sees fit. There was some discussion with the council about reduction of some of them, and there was not a consensus at that juncture. But you did get a recent one from St. Elizabeth's with a slight reduction of, I think it was about $1,050. I think that's what it was, $1,050 for consideration. Other budget considerations you'll hear this evening. The addition of a school resource officer in the elementary school. This is not in the budget as you see it. It's presented to you yet because it hasn't been approved, but we are prepared to do it, and it is supported by the police chief and the school committee. And if it were to be approved, we'll add it in at that juncture with the 50-50 funding between the school and the town. The other changes, there's a recommendation from finance on a $200,000 transfer to cover the Pier Marketplace, utilities, fire protection. These expenses were borne by the town since until the library takes possession of the building. These expenditures began in 2018 with the building purchase, and they weren't initially intended to be paid over this length of time, but we all understand how it's been delayed. But this is needed, and we support this funding because we are responsible for it. And also note that the debt service at $80,000, that is only for interest, and it's contingent upon the council approving to issue $4.2 million in bond, 1.6 being from the new bond and 2.6 million from the prior bond. That'll also be in the presentation. As far as operating for the police department, there's a $20,000 line in there for a clinician, a mental health clinician that works closely with the police department and the public. That's a $20,000 line. We have located grant funding for that through the opioid settlement. So that $20,000 that's currently in the police operating budget, we're going to ask we're going to pay for that with grant funding instead. There is an FTE position, a full-time position, that was proposed in the initial budget given to the council, which is the town manager's proposed budget, with the cost covered for the position covered by pension and OPEB budget. However, due to recent developments, including labor concerns and a vacancy that we were just notified today, that one of our HR director is retiring in 2 weeks, and it's recommended that, as it's proposed in the budget now, that it be placed on hold for this fiscal year, and the town will track all the activity used to accomplish these tasks, similar to what we do with APA requests, keeping track of the time and the cost to do it. And then we'll work on incorporating this into the new staff member who takes on HR. Again, this is rapidly evolving, but at this juncture, we are recommending that we put this position from OPEB and pension on hold until we get a new HR director in place, and we'll have time to do a full analysis of the type of work. And in the meantime, people will have to wait longer for their numbers because it takes hours to prepare these for people who are getting ready to retire. And as far as the updates go, the library capital is $108,000 for an ad-alt that's currently in the proposed budget that the library board submitted to the town council. This is above and beyond the $5.8 million, and it does increase the project cost, but that's before the council to make a decision on that. And that's it, and I would like to have, when we prepared the budget initially, we reduced it by $1.8 million, and there are further reductions in here between the $125,000 position, the $20 for the grant, $20,000 for the grant, and then whatever the council recommends from there. So at this juncture, if the council would like, we could have the finance director present the PowerPoint.
Yes, Ms. Wilson, please.
Okay, good evening. Oh, thanks. How does it work? Okay. Okay, good evening. You had a lot of the update from Mr. Tierney. Oh, that's the pointer. How do you do it, Jack? Oh, I need it to change. Huh. It walked out. Oh. Can you do it manually?
Jack, help her out.
Thank you. So this is a result of Mr. Frandy's question last budget. I did pull out the pension, and you can see it's 9% of the total budget this year for 2024. That was a question. So just to reiterate, we're suggesting a 4% maximum tax levy increase. That would bring the residential rate from $9 to $9.31 per thousand, and the commercial from $12.14 to $12.57 per thousand. And again, they're looking at putting the freeze on the tangible tax cap, so that if that is approved, that's as high as it can go now for the tangibles. Okay. My lovely slide again. Sorry. So I changed it around a little bit. So I have the 2%, 3%, and a 4%. And you can see all the way over on the right-hand side, the total growth in revenue from taxes. And I added a little bit at the bottom, the effects of a median household at $650,000. The tax rate would be about a $201 increase to their taxes in a year. Any questions on that? You got it? Good? Okay, so as Mr. Tierney said, this was the original ARPA funds. Next, please. And these are the ones that we were talking about that with the proposed modifications. So the ones that you have to, consider would be the, thank you, would be the fire station renovations. Those were increased to 1.1 million. The wastewater was at 1.2, it went down to 600,000. And the town hall phone system upgrade of 250,000. Everything else was either already approved or approved later in the year with town council. Next, please. Oh, I forgot, I can do it myself. So now we have the appropriation requests, the special appropriations. We need some direction from the town council to know how to fund those requests. And then we have the decisions. So there's the tax levy increase of 4%. The legal expenditures, those are already in the budget. We discussed those before. Mr. Tierney talked about the finance FTE, which will come out. Community development has the BRIC grant match. That's already in the budget. There's a new request from the Economic Development Committee for $300. That's not in the budget. Town clerk's renovations and equipments in the offices, that's $11,000. Again, already in the budget. The police SRO elementary, that's not in the budget, but it'd be additional $80,000. We talked about the Pear Market transfer, $200,000. The school department funding at 1.27%, which is about $350,000. And then the issuance, if you agree to issue the bond at $4.2 million, we have $80,000 in for the first year of, it would be interest only. Okay, capital improvements. So we have a few projects. These are all in the budget. Just we have to approve the CIP at the next meeting as well. So here's all the projects listed. Again, they're all in the budget. Next slide. And what's next is the adoption of the capital improvement plan and the first reading of the budget ordinance for May 15th, and then June 2nd would be the second reading. Is there anything you need me to review, go over?
Do any council members have any questions on any of these items?
So are we going to discuss this?
Yes, we'll discuss it individually. So we have to, so tonight, we're going to have to come up with a consensus to make recommendations if there's any changes that need to be made. So after all is said and done and all the comments, we're going to have to come up with a consensus with that. But any comments right now? Councilor Ferrandi, I see you would like to speak.
Okay, thank you, Deva. Chris, I have a question. As it stands right now with everything in the budget, now, what is the total tax increase with what we're looking at with all the capital improvements in and everything that you have so far? Are we right at that 4% now?
Oh, yeah, the way it's presented in your packet, it's already at 4%, and there is a use of fund balance somewhere. Can you go back to the first one, maybe? Oh, no, here's the tax levy increase, represents $2.1 million. Additional revenue, I have my notes over there if you want me to get it. We already have fund balance assigned at, I think it's 2.3 million. Use of unassigned fund balance with a 4% tax levy increase that would be needed to support the budget as it stands now. Thank you.
Oh, right, but a lot of people, you know, when I look at my taxes, I look at a percentage of increase from one year to the next. So as it stands right now, we are at that 4%, the state maximum of a tax increase with everything.
The tax levy is at 4%. The increase to the taxpayer is about 3.47%.
3.47.
Going from $9 to $9.31.
Okay. And the difference is, that's just the way the numbers,
That's
you know,
just the way the numbers
the levy
work out.
and the breakdown of how it's applied.
Correct.
Okay, so it's 3.4% at this point.
For the taxpayer, the
Taxpayer,
increase.
right.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Kopech, did you have any comments?
Not about that.
Anyone else from the council wishing to speak? Any questions? Okay, anyone, okay, we'll just, if anyone from the public is wishing to speak. And this is just on the proposed budget. Sure, just state your name and address, please.
They'll need to be sworn in too, Eva.
You need to be sworn in, so just state.
My name is Jennifer Whitworth, 34 Turn Road.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
So I'm Jennifer Whitworth, and I know I'm a little late to the game when it comes to the budget. It sounds like it's already been worked out, and I appreciate all the hard work that everyone has done. But I'm going to ask for a little bit of money for kids like this, at least to kind of allocate it somewhere in the budget, if possible. If some money just miraculously just appears anywhere out of thin air. So I'm here to represent the Narragansett Youth Soccer Association. I'm a coach for the spring competitive season, the fall rec season. I am the registrar, I'm the board member, I'm a coordinator, I do it all, and it's all volunteer-based. I know that it's normal that we invest in our facilities over time, right, and our parks and all of our locations across the town, and I know that Parks and Rec is doing an amazing job with what they have. My understanding, they have a thin staff. I appreciate that. I do too at work. I understand that. So as a member from NYSA, I really want to work with Parks and Rec to help get some money, help facilitate an upgrade of Dominic Cristofaro soccer fields. The lower fields, we really need some help with fencing. The shorter fields, this child slips under the fence to get the balls that are out there in the woods, and I have to do tick checks on her constantly, right? It's the prickers, the thorns, and the tick-borne diseases that they're facing, or we're losing our balls. On the upper fields, the grass is uneven. The kids can't kick the ball accurately. They kick it really hard, thinking it's a great kick, and it turns out it goes like 2 feet. And then they get yelled at by their coach for not having good form. There's ruts, and then there's patches, thick patches of grass. And because of that, they can't kick properly, which means they're also not kicking safely. And then when it rains, we are limited on the number of games we have and the time frame in which we can get those games completed. If it rains, because obviously we're dealing with Mother Nature, right? So if it rains, we cancel the game. But there are times we have to cancel the game because of unsafe field conditions. I have photos and videos of the upper fields on the west side. It's a lake that either spectators or the teams would be sitting in a day after it has rained. So there's no rain happening, there's nothing coming down, and our fields are still soaked. Not just the side, but also on the center of the fields. Our athletes are at a major risk if we allow them to play on that fields. They will sprain an ankle, they will, pull a muscle, they could break a leg running at full speed. So now instead of being, just rescheduling the game, we're actually going to the turf at the high school, which costs us money to rent. So we're renting from a town facility after the parents have already paid taxes, right? And now they're paying us a higher registration fee because we have extra costs because our fields are not safe for our players to play on. So I want to really kind of bring that home that it's a huge unsafe location for them to be able to play. They can't play properly. When we, a while back, Prout used our facility up at Cristofaro, and we shared the field with them. And my understanding is that they paid the town. There was money for that, for the leasing and renting the fields. I would hope that that money is being allocated or has been allocated to improving the field conditions. I know that the costs were pretty minimal, right? By having someone else, the grass still has to get cut, but the overuse was pretty maximal, and it's very difficult to keep up with the field conditions. So I'm here hoping that I can ask for as much as $50,000 to be allocated somewhere in the budget. I have received a quote of $20,000, I've received a quote of $50,000. I totally understand that it needs to go out to bid if you would even consider allocating funds for us. To fix the fields, right? Drainage if needed, at a minimum, bring in loads of dirt to level things out, fill in the holes so we're not puddling around, and level the field out. On one of the fields, on the upper field of Dominic Cristofaro, if you stand on the corner and look across the field, you cannot see the other corner because it dips down, it slopes. So drainage, resodding, leveling it out, whatever it takes, between $20,000 to $50,000. Obviously go out to a bid, let the experts, tell us what's needed, how much it's gonna cost. And I do wanna just state that I am not the only person who is acknowledging the unsafe conditions, the concerns. We have lots of parents and students and coaches and referees and other board members who have expressed their concern for years now. So we just want to partner with Parks and Rec, help them make this happen, but I need that to kind of start here, right? We need the funding and the green light for them to go. I have letters here that I can email you all. These are from parents and players. I have one player who wrote a letter, an 8th grader wrote a letter and obtained 63 signatures from his teammates, parents, and coaches. And we actually have a player here who wanted to read a little letter to you guys, if that would be okay. Get sworn in, you gotta get sworn in. Say your name and where you live.
Can you state your name and address?
Sarah Whitworth, 31st Road.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Dear Town Council members, I think we need a new field for Dominic Cristofaro. Here are my reasons why. The fields are so uneven. There are so many holes and bumps on the fields, it makes it hard to run around and play. My passes to my teammates are never straight, and I have to kick the ball really hard just to pass it a short distance. Sometimes it doesn't even make it to my teammates. Whenever I'm running around on the field, sometimes I get scared I might fall because of the holes and bumps. Now, here's one thing about me. I really, really dislike bugs. But the fences are so short that when we're shooting at the goals, if we kick the soccer balls high over the fence, we have to go down into the woods and get them. Sometimes there are so many thorns and bugs like ticks in the way, it makes it really challenging to retrieve our soccer balls. Sometimes it goes so deep down to the woods, we lose a ball, and it takes time away from our practices when we have to go get them. I think we should get taller fences for the fields. Another problem us players face is after it rains on the fields, all the holes collect water and it makes the fields wet and muddy. Sometimes we have to cancel a game last minute. There are so many holes that one of the sidelines turns into a mini lake, so the parents can't stand there and watch their kids. It also takes fun away from our games and practices. In conclusion, I think Dominic Cristofaro could really use a new updated field. Respectfully, Sarah Whitworth.
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you.
Well done. Very good.
I'll email you all the letters of support, just so you have that for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're a born leader right there, Jen.
Anyone from the public wishing to speak? Ms. Ciliberto?
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Catherine Ciliberto, 48 Earls Court.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
Yes,
God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm glad to see that we're finally going to have a SRO for the elementary school. I think I've been babbling about that for years. At one point, I said, forget it, because the school just didn't want to come up with the money. Now, I guess they've seen the light. They're going to come up with 50% of the cost. The thing is this, that they use the SRO 70% of the time, so they should pay 70% of the cost. They should also pay 70% of the cost of the SRO for the middle school and the high school. As a side note, I'd like to say I'm glad, again, there's going to be an SRO for the elementary school. There's a public bike path that goes right around the perimeter of that school. When I expressed a concern about this to Chief Corrigan, he said there'd be a fence. I was visualizing a 12-foot high fence. The fence is like 5 foot high. I could scale it in 30 seconds, and anybody can time me. That's how easily accessible that school is. So we absolutely need an SRO there. But I think also that a resource officer should be an asset to the children. They should be somebody that a child could go to if they have a problem, if they want to speak to them about something. Maybe something's happening in the home that they need to talk about. And I want a police presence in case some crazy, wants to get into the school. But I also want somebody who's going to be sensitive to the needs of these children. The next thing is, I heard the woman about the soccer field, and I understand that they want money. If you're going to find $50,000, I want you to put it in the fund so that the kids in this town who can't afford to go to camp can go as many weeks as they want to go. I want you to put it in that fund so the kids who want to go to basketball camp can go, so they have the money to get a uniform, buy a basketball. Same with the soccer. This is where I want you to put the money, where these kids who can't afford to participate will be able to participate. As far as the $4.2 million bond, $80,000 is absolutely not enough debt service. That's 2%. You're not going to be able to float a bond at 2%, not in this interest rate environment. So you have to put aside more money for that. At least, I would say double that, $160,000. Who's going to buy municipal bonds at 2%? You're not going to be able to sell them. You're going to have to pay at least 4%. So I think that's underfunded. I don't understand the transfer to the peer marketplace. That one escapes me. That one is in addition to the CAM fees, I guess. We pay CAM fees every year, and then we're going to, okay. The other thing is this, that I think we are overspending what we're taking in for taxes. So we're going to take some money out of the unrestricted account, which is actually our cash reserves. Do any of you spend every dollar that comes in the door? Do you spend the money you're saving for the future? That's our rainy day fund, that unrestricted account. Call it whatever you will. And we really shouldn't be taking money from it. Plus, it's already owed $1.5 million from the library, who borrowed $1.5 million from us. So we're already down $1.5 million. Now you want to take more money out of that fund. I just don't think that's a good idea. As far as the $200 tax increase, there's a statistical revaluation going on. my taxes are going to go up much more than $200. Last time we had one, my taxes went up $500. So I know that when you have one of these things, or the assessments goes up, you have a tax rate, and the tax bills will go up again. They're going to go up again, maybe next year, the year after. I'm not quite sure when that happened to us. But I know it was $500. I remember that. So it's not really it's a $200 tax increase this year, but then when that reevaluation kicks in, it's going to be another increase. I just really don't want to, I want to encourage you not to overspend, not to overspend. You should spend, it's bad enough spending everything that comes in, but then taking money from your bank account essentially too to spend, I just don't think that's, well, I know it's not a good idea. Never mind, I don't think none of you do that, I'm sure. So we can't do that. So I do want some answers about this peer market fund, and is that in addition to the CAM fees we pay every year? And the other thing is this tangible tax thing. It's capped at, the first $35,000 is exempt. Now, this went through in about 2015. This was a chunk of change, the business owners, believe me. Back then it was like $400 and something. I'm not sure what it is now. But for some reason, that has become a credit. If a business doesn't have $35,000 of tangible taxed inventory, they get a credit. And I know this. I happened to look up a particular account. The person has an office in the peer marketplace with a desk and a phone in it. $100 of tangible inventory that he has. But he gets a tax credit. It isn't that the $100 is exempted. He gets a credit based on the $35,000. And I looked up a few of them, and I saw that. And I don't think that was meant to happen that way. It was supposed to be the first $35,000 of your inventory was going to be exempt. But it has somehow become a credit. So I think that needs to be looked into. Otherwise, like I said, just got to stop spending more than you take in. You should really be spending less than you take in, not more. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, I think I'm just going to go, I'm going to go to the council because we're just going to start discussing, I'll go back to the public later, but we definitely, as a council, we were at the budget work sessions, and we, through that, we needed to come through a consensus to guide our staff and or town manager where we're going to change things in the proposed budget, which was submitted in with our packet. So I think just to kind of expedite the process, and again, we'll have feedback from the public. I think it would be kind of an easier way to go through the council and just maybe start off by, if everybody wants to start off with the expenditures and kind of come into a consensus with the expenditures that are listed, whether we want to change those or whether to keep them. So I'm going to go line by line, and I think we'll let the consensus kind of come through just the conversations here. So for the first, the decisions, for the fiscal year 2023 to 2024 budget decisions, there's the expenditure category. We should have the sheet. Does everybody, we were provided with that. So the first one is going to be the legal expenditures. We have had a lot more expenditures. For the solicitor, it was a recommendation for $30,000 additional for that. So an additional for $50,000 for our town council expenditures for legal expenditures. So with that, I'll entertain any comments from the council. Anyone wishing to comment on that? Whether they approve or support that?
I'll go.
Councilor Ferranzi?
Is that the order you want to do?
Yeah. Yeah, because I just want to, or if anyone in general if anyone has reviewed all the expenditures and want to comment, and then we can discuss it that way as well. So we can take the expenditures and discuss it all. Like if somebody would want to, we do, actually, Mr. Tierney said that they were going to take out the pension OPEB coordinator. So that's the $125,000 we're already taking out. So that's kind of a done thing. We're also going to be voting on the police elementary SRO officer, which is an additional 80. If you maybe, we just want to review it, everyone individually, and say what you agree with and what you don't, that might be also a way to go. For the school department, we have a 1.27% increase for that, and special appropriations we'll go over in a separate category. Any comments on that one?
Why don't you just go through, that was a good suggestion, why don't you just go through the list of the expenditures and we can discuss them?
Okay, sure. Okay, so legal, we'll start off with legal expenditures.
Unless, I was to say, do we have agreement other than the SRO, because we're going to talk about that, and then the coordinator, if we all agree to accept the document with those two things being taken out at this moment? Does everybody agree with everything else on the expenditures?
You're saying take out the
We're
police,
taking out the
SRO?
Yeah, so I agree with the expenditures, taking out the pension OPEB coordinator, and again, we're going to have that conversation about the elementary SRO police officer. So again, those, just the expenditures listed. Any comments from the council, in agreement or disagreement?
Yeah, well, one that I think we need to take out is the $108,000 capital improvement for the library.
We're not in capital improvements yet, so I'm going to,
So
that's
just
going
on
to
the
be the second, just expenditures.
So again, I agree with this expenditure sheet with the absence of the SRO and the FTE position that they pulled today. So I agree with everything on the sheet that's in front of us tonight.
I concur.
I don't agree with the, those two. I think the SRO should stay. And the,
No, we have to discuss it later. We have it on the agenda later. Yeah, it's on the town council agenda to approve it, but we're all, going to do that at
so
the
that
end.
stays.
Yeah.
It's discussed at the
We're going to talk
agenda.
about it later.
That's right.
Right.
Council Lawler, are you good with those?
I am. I don't know with the resignation of the EDC director, if we need to have the 300 in there tonight. It's just $300.
I'll
but-
just leave it. Yeah. I don't have a problem leaving it in.
I'm
I'm
fine
sorry,
with this.
which one did you say?
No, it was just a $300.
It was a
Oh,
new
the
request for boards and commissions. It
Yeah.
was for an EDC survey request.
It's $300.
Mm-hmm.
Is that on the expenditures?
That's on the sheet.
It wasn't listed in it, but yeah.
Okay, so I think we have a general consensus of all the expenditures with the minus the pension OPEB coordinator. And again, we're going to discuss the elementary SRO later. So next we'll move on to the capital improvements section of our budget.
Eva, can I just ask one
Sure.
question, going back to the whole issue of the soccer fields?
Okay.
Do we have a schedule for how we update various and sundry recreational facilities, including all of our fields? I don't know whether we have a certain time frame when we do upgrades or updates.
Yeah, I was going to
particularly
ask
for
Mr.
fields.
Tierney that because
Yeah.
I know Ms. Kershaw does have like a schedule, I know in the past, but Mr. Tierney, if you could just comment on that, because I know a lot of those projects are scheduled further on in the
They do
later
have a
years.
scheduled maintenance plan in addition to their regular capital improvements. The schedule for that particular field, I'm not even sure if Michelle has that at her fingertips now.
She might.
Let's find out.
I don't know.
All right, we'll just ask just so that.
Don't want to
we
put you
don't-
on the spot there, Michelle, but I'm just curious about it, because I've been a soccer coach myself in my time, and I know what it's like when kids have to dodge and weave on a bad
So,
field.
good evening. So the issue of the conditions of the upper soccer field were recently brought to my attention.
Okay.
We have a meeting with Jennifer and her crew of staff Friday at 1 o'clock.
Good.
The initial plan, because we don't have the entire redo of the upper soccer field built into our capital this year, our plan moving forward after Friday's meeting would be to completely top dress the entire field, filling in all holes, gaps, etc. Again, I'm not exactly sure about that entire process. Do we seed after that? But that's where my parks foreman comes into play. So at Friday's meeting, we're going to be discussing our plans moving forward under our parks rehabilitation and our grounds maintenance current accounts. We'll see how that project works, and if it does fix the situation for this field and hopefully for early next spring. And then, as I told Jen in an email today, we would move forward with completely redoing that field, if necessary, in our capital for 24-25.
Including the fencing?
Yes, so the fencing, as you know, our fencing is on our capital improvements project.
Right.
And the fencing at Cristofaro is next on the list after
that.
we finish Sprague.
So do we have fall and spring soccer, or just fall soccer, or just spring soccer? Both?
Yeah, I believe the program goes until the end of October, early November?
So in the fall, we start Labor Day weekend and we end around Halloween. That's rec. We can find a new one for that. We can make do with that. In the spring, we start around April 1st.
Okay.
And we end mid-January, mid-June for competitive with other towns and cities around the state.
So this schedule would be okay?
So doing it, we would need to do the field in the fall.
Right, and that's what you were saying. Right, okay. Okay.
And at this time, the parks foreman is laying new sod where necessary. So again, we're going to address all of those concerns this Friday.
Okay, thank you.
Afternoon.
Can I
And
just-
rest assured,
thank
we will
you.
make sure that field is safe.
Thank you, Councilor Cicilline Donato.
I just want to ask you about the 100,000 for the fence replacement. That doesn't have anything to do with Cristofaro at this time, or it does, in the
Well,
capital?
I'll have to talk with Jen. I'm not sure where she got her figures. Those are her figures, so we'll discuss that on Friday.
No, but
Okay.
in this sheet for the capital, for the fence replacement, that's not Cristofaro?
Correct.
No, it's
Okay.
right.
Okay, that's it. Thank you,
Right.
Michelle.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Okay, so for capital improvements, we'll move next. So as listed, do we want to add or remove anything from those improvements?
So,
Council Lawler, I think that was.
yes, for the capital improvements for the $108,000 for the library, at the last meeting, we found out they do have a surplus. I suggest that they use their surplus money to cover this. And also, we need to remember that the town voted for a 5.8 budget for the project, and this would exceed the amount.
Yeah, I think that's a way to agree, because it would be above the 5.8 million. Any comments from the
So-
council?
I'd agree with this whole capital. I disagree with Jill. I think the library included in this capital, so I'd support the budget as is for the capital, as presented.
Councilor Ferrandi, any comments?
I think the library could be taken off or just reduced a little bit, since they do have some in their fund. You know, maybe split the difference, or just come down a bit, or get rid, or the whole thing. I mean, if there's enough in there for they should be using some of the money in their budget, since the town is dipping into their, their own fund to help fund this budget. So,
I think we need to make a point here in that, the 5.8 is already reduced by 3.4 million, and $108,000. It's coming from a different, essentially a different source, because it's not part of the bond, but, we're not going to be on the hook for $5.8 million in the bond. So I think if you look at it from that perspective, this makes some sense.
yeah, well,
They do have a surplus. I believe that the library director was here last meeting, and the surplus, if I'm right, Chris, it was about $450,000. So to be able to use part of that surplus, because she did mention that any money that she is legally allowed to keep in that surplus account will be used on the renovation of the library. So why not start right here with this $108,000?
Well, I think the other point on the surplus is that there was a comment made about the $1.5 million, $830,000, I believe, has already been returned. But I also think that funding is used to return the money back to the town. So, if you do it that way, it's just going to take them longer to get the money back to the town. So, it's 6-1.
I mean, most of the budgets have to be used, completely. The Parks and Recs, the rest of the budget, so.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if they
$108,000, we
can
could
do
get the soccer
anything.
field done.
Well.
Just saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's actually not, that's not true, because there are lots of funds out there that retain their dollars.
The school and the library are the only two in the town, though.
Well, we have money, no, that's not true.
No, I believe it is. Those are the only two that are allowed to. Everything else goes right back into our general fund.
The land trust has money. There's
Trust has
different
money.
ones that others,
But that's
there's
a
couple
board,
others, too.
that's a board, not an actual town
But they have,
department.
they have funds, and they get more funds every year.
Yeah, but when's going to be enough is going to be enough. I mean, it's 108,000 here. There's been so many, with the bridge loan that they have right now for the 1.5, which you're right, they've paid back a certain
large portion
amount.
has been paid back.
They're looking for more tonight, they're looking for another loan. I mean, there is an important part of the town, but it's not the only part of our town. We need to remember that, especially when we have some young folks here reminding us about the recreation. I know the rec board will be talking about recreation in the near future and trying to improve it. You know, even of our playground structure, I know that Michelle actually reduced the structure size to be able to have it come in budget. So we just, enough is enough. We've given enough to the library. It's time for them to fundraise and time for them to use the surplus.
The library has fundraised over $2 million, but that's not really I think that's not the point, and, you know.
That's my point.
But the things that you know, when you bring up something like the motion that we're going to have on the, later on this evening, you know, that is something that's going to pay itself off. Trust me, it will, and you can trust me because I do it all the time. So, I mean, that's a solar issue, and what we're getting is a really wonderful, on that particular, well, we won't talk about that now, but, you know, I don't think that's relevant
Yeah,
here.
so we'll just stay in. So the capital improvement, so I think that was above, like, that's actually going to be taking additional funds away from taxpayer dollars. So I would like that one taken out as well. Not that I don't support the library, I just, it's just part of.
Just not for money,
right? So that's that one. Any other comments on the capital improvements? Okay, next.
Just one question.
Yeah.
Jim, there's, on some of these high-volume ones, is there any movement at all on any of these? You know, with the staff, I mean, did you go through any of these already?
Line by line. Back in we did the budget in 2020, we cut it so thin that there's been very little wiggle room.
That's
And we
right.
did put off a lot of capital improvements during COVID. One, we couldn't get them done. Two, we were unsure financially where the town would stand. And these have been cut, recut, added, recut again.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, next, I want to move on to the appropriations because I know last time when we had the workshop, we really didn't go over with really what direction we were going to go in. Some of us wanted to level fund, others there were some requests for increasing the amount. So I think I would like to just go line by line with this. There's like several of them. So we'll start with the Narragansett Historical Society. Last year, we had approved $6,000. This year, there was an additional request, so for an increase of $32,800. So what are the thoughts? I would like to level fund this one, or actually keep the same appropriation as last year.
So my only concern about that is that this is a one-time request. It's not, they're going back to 6,000 after this, and it's really about, you know, the building of their building. You know, if you all want to level fund it, that's okay. I would probably abstain from that vote. I mean, I have a strong interest in history. I think Narragansett history is well served by this. I think that the community in Narragansett and understanding the history of this town is well served by you know, making sure that they have a good home. And we've done some work to that. They've raised a significant amount of money. I would think a one-time only appropriation is not a bad idea.
They did say grant funding, though. Yes, Councilor Cicely Bonanno.
I agree. I would say for all of the special appropriations, we go to 22, 23 and approve it as we did, except for the Historic Society. I would ask for full funding for that, for the windmill project. That is a one-time ask. It's an important part of the town and the history, so that would be my ask for that, special appropriations.
Councilor Ferrandi?
I would, the Historical Society, I think the full amount is too much. I mean, it'd be nice if we could give that much, but I really think that's too much. I know they basically saved that building. Yes, they're probably doing a pretty good job fundraising and all, but they did save the town some money several years ago with not getting it knocked down, kept the historical figure. So, I
Right.
mean, I don't say, maybe not that much, maybe a couple more $1,000, $3,000 or $4,000 more, $2,000 or $3,000 more. I mean, if it's going to help a little bit. I mean, I know they've been fundraising pretty good, but I mean, I think they should be rewarded a little bit for saving a historical landmark.
Councilor Lawler?
I was also to agree with Eva for the level funding of this as well.
Okay, so we don't really have a consensus because we have two level funding and we have two FY 23-24 requests and Steve, Councilor for Randy's.
Eva, could you live with going up to Steve's suggestion to bring it up to $10,000 total from 6?
Sure, I would be fine with that.
How about
Yeah, just that
12?
one.
I'm fine
About
with
$12,000.
I'm fine with either 10 or we can do
So
12.
level fund and the rest, I
12
know
would
it's a
be
one-time
nice.
ask. but-
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know, I want to level
Thanks.
fund the rest of them, but.
Well, we're going to go line by line. I think it's important because some of us have strong feelings about certain ones, and so we'll do. Is 12,000 appropriation okay?
Sure.
As a.
Thank you. The historical.
I know.
The
I do
Historical
appreciate
Society
it. I
thanks
do
you.
appreciate the Historical Society. Okay. So next is the Wildlife Rehab Clinic of Rhode Island. The FY 22-23 appropriation was $9,036. Their request is $1,000 more for $10,938. Any comments or any suggestions for funding for this from the council members? I'm fine with level funding.
I'm fine with level funding.
I was going to say we should get rid of it. I mean, our objection here is take a look at this and make some cuts, make some tough cuts for the town. The wildlife rehabilitation, when you read the write-up, it's important work, but it's $9,000 that we could maybe put to better sources, better people in the climate that we're in right now. I mean, they are talking about rehabbing skunks and possums and seagulls, and that's important stuff, but it's $9,000. And I would rather give $9,000 to some of the other important institutions listed here that actually service people in our town. So I'm for getting rid of it.
And Councilor Cecilia Bonanno?
I say level fund it, please don't get rid of it.
Councilor for Randy?
I'd be for reducing a little bit on that. I agree, some of the other money, especially now, could be better well spent. It's not a lot of money, but I'd be
We're going to take all the
reducing it by
savings and
half.
give
give it to the soccer people?
Councilor Kopech? Do you have thoughts on this one?
I wouldn't, it's fine. I'd be okay if we reduced it. I don't think we should eliminate it. you know.
Okay.
It may
Okay,
not
so-
seem like a good thing, but skunks
Right,
actually do some
okay.
good stuff.
Yeah, so just if somebody wants to suggest a number that we can agree on for, so we agree that we don't want to get rid of it, a consensus, but we can reduce it.
Why don't we go to the 9,000 from the 22, 23 instead of the 10? Just go with.
How about cut it in
That's
half, 4,500?
Okay, is this an auction? Yes. All right.
Hey, the goal is to save taxpayer dollars right now. That's important.
Well, unless you believe in the special appropriations and how important they are to the community.
Of course I
Right.
do, Susan, but it's also the
Cutting
goal-
all of them.
It's a budget.
Yeah.
It's a budget. That's what you do.
Okay, so the suggestion is we can either level fund it or reduce it. And,
I'm fine with level funding.
I'm fine with level funding.
okay,
I could reduce it a little bit to, 4,500, 5,000.
I'm gonna level fund it. They did request an increase. We'll just keep it. We'll, in the future, look at that again. Narragansett Chamber of Commerce, the FY 22-23 funding was $25,000. There's a request for $10,000 additional for $35,000. I support level funding, keeping the same amount.
I'm okay with that.
Are you level funding from 22, 23, Eva?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can go with that.
Me as well.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, so we got that. Southern Rhode Island Volunteers, there's a request for $4,500, which is $1,000 more from the request from the approved appropriation from last year, which was $3,500. I could see, I'm fine with with funding the same from 22, 23.
Me as well.
Okay, so there's
3,500.
3,500, yep. Then next we have the Samaritans of Rhode Island, which is 500. They're requesting 500. I'm okay with that. Other council members?
Yep, that's fine.
That's fine.
Okay. Next is the Johnny Cake Center for Hope. $7,500 was the appropriation from last year. They're requesting the same amount.
Fine with that.
Fine.
Okay, yep, so we'll appropriate the same amount. VFW Post 916, the appropriation was $5,000 last year. Their request is for $5,000. Okay, they'll fund that.
Fine.
Okay. And then we have next we have the St. Elizabeth Adult Daycare Centers. The original request, well, the amount was $26,530. From last appropriation, the request was $26,530 for this year. However, they did come back with a lesser request. We did have questions on that last time, which was $25,500. And Mr. Tierney, we can actually do kind of like a quarterly assessment of that if we fund it the same to make sure that those, if you want to just speak on that.
We could. We get a quarterly report from them to see what
Okay.
their activity is.
With the numbers.
So how
because I
does that
think-
work? If we determine that, I guess if we determine that we're not utilizing that level of service, we can reduce it during the year, or we wouldn't do that?
I did give it a little thought after some folks had mentioned this. And you could always approve it up to a certain amount and then ask and put strings attached to it where I'd get
Yeah,
quarterly reports.
we can do that with you.
Because I mean, the concern was that it didn't appear like Narragansett was utilizing that level of service. And I know they came back and provided us with another letter, but I didn't really find that to be overwhelmingly helpful, to be honest with you. So yeah, if we did it that way, I'd be okay with that.
Okay.
With a quarterly review.
The request would be, so we would fund up to the requested amount, which was about $1,000 less than last year, which is $25,500. Is that okay with does the council agree on that?
I'm fine with that.
With the quarterly review.
Yes.
I mean, there were only 4 people that were utilizing the service, so for that reason. And the town, I mean, we're right now in the middle of an opioid fentanyl crisis, and we're not giving any money to people in town who might be in need of that. Alzheimer's disease is a terrible disease, but I think we just need to remember that only 4 people from town are using it, and there are maybe other people in town that need our help too.
Thank you.
So what is it at now, 20,000 fine?
25.
Okay.
25,500.
All right, that's
Okay,
fine.
so
Thank
and
you.
that's, Mr. Tanner, you have that, right? You have that information. Next is a new request from the Warm Center, which is Welcome House, which is a request for $5,000. I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with that.
I'm in favor of that. Yeah. I mean, there are homeless people. We have homeless people here in Narragansett. I think that it's imperative that we take care of our community.
Okay, so.
I don't know, I was just looking at the 2022-23 and just looking at that and approving off of that, and they weren't on the 22-23. So.
It's a new
Oh,
request.
yeah, so this, it's a.
No, I understand, but I guess my thought process was going back to the previous request, which in all cases were lower, but in this case, they weren't even factored in. So I hadn't even factored them into this equation at all, but I think that's just me.
Are you okay with funding them?
I think that you guys have the votes to do it, so
Want to make
absolutely.
it 2,500 or?
I like the 5,000
You
for
like the
Welcome
5?
House.
It's important.
It is an important service,
Yeah,
but again, I go
okay.
back to this is our taxpayer dollar that we're choosing here.
Right, okay, so next is the South Kingstown Senior Nutrition Program.
Madam President?
I'm sorry.
That is a misprint from a prior
Oh, right, so it's,
PowerPoint. It's actually for the South Kingstown Senior Center service.
yeah, the Senior Center, sorry about that, yeah, does say. Okay, so the South Kingstown Senior Center. Last year's appropriation was $55,000. The FY 23-24 request is $96,911.
I say level fund that one.
Any other?
Okay with me. Level funded to last year's amount?
Yeah, yeah, because we just corrected.
I'm still,
Didn't
you
we?
know, I'm so baffled by, what the finance, how this works. I don't really understand it. And I'd almost say, do we have to have this decision today? Because I'd really like to understand it more clearly. I know that, because we just gave them $45,000, right? And, which brought it up to 100 and whatever, 102,000. They reduced this year's. I don't really know why, because this came from South Kingstown. I'm not really sure where all the money goes to. I know that we provide, as Ms. Koch said earlier, we provide a lot of the same services here in Narragansett, and we could possibly use Jill's idea, use that money to support, transportation for the seniors. And again, I think we need to do a study to determine what our seniors would like to have for services and make sure that those are the ones that we're giving them. So.
Right. So another thing we could actually also consider is, because we do have a memorandum of understanding in progress,
Right.
And I'm going to have Mr. Tierney speak to that. We could always do similar to what we did to the St. Elizabeth Adult Daycare Centers and fund up to, because we do need to budget, like if we do think if there's any, notion of like wanting to provide that by the council members, then we would just need to like put that in the budget, and it may stay at 55,000. So I'm going to let Mr. Tierney speak to that one.
If you recall, the original request from the prior fiscal year was 101 and change. It was a combination of the senior center and the meal plan. And then St. Elizabeth's was an offshoot from the previous year when South Kingstown used to provide that service, but it was shifted over to St. Elizabeth's at the same rate it's at now. But the South Kingstown Senior Center, with the recent vote by the council, was brought back to the 101 and change. Last year, it was approved at the 55 with elimination of the meal plan, and then it was reconsidered. So the actual number is technically back up to the 101 and change for this fiscal year.
But I still don't get the financial. I mean, I understand the math. I don't understand the financials.
I just want to make sure, refreshment.
No, thank you.
We're just going by
Thank
what
you.
was actually approved last year as opposed to the whole trail of it, how it came about.
So what you're saying is if we were to level fund tonight, it would be not for 55,000, but for 101.
Yes, after the last vote, absolutely. That's what it would be.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Then, no, yeah, because it says 55, so.
Well, we also are having both the town managers sitting down to discuss this, to determine a plan, and we can do it quarterly. I mean, you're looking at all sorts of transportation and other issues. So if this is one we can pull out, do you have a date that you and Mr. Manny are meeting?
I believe Mr. Manny is fortunate enough to be on vacation right now.
Okay.
But as soon as I can get in touch with him, we can set up a date for it. But we plan to set up, as soon as he came back, we're going to set up a meeting for the MOU.
And the MOU comes to us for approval, right?
That is correct.
I think I asked that question last time, too.
I mean,
Okay. Just trying to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, so thoughts on that one. So again, last year's appropriation was $55,000 because we did approve.
It was 101.
No, well, right. So it was like it was, and then we added. So then it's so then the appropriation total from the last meeting that we had when we did the additional funding comes out to $101,000, and the request is for $96,911. So are we? What's the consensus? Is it to ask for their to give the requested amount, and then with the MOU and do the quarterly reports up to figure out the financing part of it, and it may not be that much, but we do need to budget for whatever we think we're going to approve, or
Makes sense.
That makes sense to
We
me.
We already kind of voted on this last week.
is that fine? Okay, so the 96
well, yeah.
up to 96. Okay,
And
9/11.
then
Okay, and we are going to be working with, getting the surveys and all that. Okay, so next is South County Home Health, or the VNS. Last year's appropriation was $2,000. The requested amount is $2,000, the same amount. Any comments or feedback on that one? I'm fine with the $2,000.
I am as well.
I am as well.
Okay, so that's all set. South County Museum, last year's appropriation was $7,000. This year's requested amount is $10,000, which is $3,000 more. I'm okay with level funding, keeping it the same.
Level fund as well.
Anyone else?
Fine.
How about 8, since we gave the Historic Society a bonus bump up? They asked for 6. We had 6 last time, and they asked for 32. Why don't we just give them $1,000 more? So Deb likes history.
I do. And I like the South County Museum,
County.
particularly the Rhode Island red chickens.
There you go.
Those are my favorites.
Chick Hatch,
Yeah.
July 4.
Okay,
So I
well,
suggest
up to the
approving
staff will give the
8,000.
reason why. I like Deb and everything, but I think it should be level.
What about 8,000, giving them $1,000 more?
We're trying to be fair down the row here. I'm just trying to, we supported history, I get that, but I just trying to be fair to all the organizations.
Yep, they asked for 10, and we're going to give them, they want a level fund, or we give them 8?
I'm for level.
Council
I'm fine with the 8, with one more $1,000.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, it looks like 8, so 8, Jim, Mr. Tierney. Okay, so next we have the Narrow River, the last one is the Narrow River Preservation Association, asking for the same amount of $2,460. I'm okay with that one.
Fine with that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so I think that concludes the appropriations. So next, we're going to move on to the ARPA funding. We have the information that is being, pretty much that we went over during the budget meetings. I support it as is. Any other council members have any recommendations for changes or support of it?
I support it as it stands, as it is. The only thing is, and I know it's not going to be in this bucket of money, but we have been talking about air conditioning for Kinney Bungalow and the towers for years and years. And before I'm dead, I would like to see some allocation of money for those assets of this town to be air conditioned so people can enjoy them and use them well. And I brought that up, early on, but I'm in support of what we have in front of us tonight. But I do want to make sure there's a note of that, because I do think it's important as we get other money coming our way.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Support as is.
So lastly, the last thing that this council needs to discuss is the revenues of tax levy increase. We did have the forecast. We had the presentation from our finance director, and with the tax levy analysis, with all the proposed increases, potential increases, and what the impact is. I know we haven't really been increasing taxes. It's been, kicking the can down the road, and I know this is nobody wants to talk about raising taxes. It impacts everyone. We're residents as well. So the recommendation for the tax levy was 4%. So I would like to hear from the council members. I support that.
I support it as well. We certainly don't like to see an increase, but at this point, we need to do it, so I support the 4%.
Councilor Kopech?
I'd like to see if it was, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I'd like it a little lower than that personally. We're talking about taxpayers' dollars here. I know inflation's way up. I know things have gone up a lot, but,
Well, where do you want to cut it?
what's that?
Where do you want to cut it? Because that's, we can say that we want to see a,
But the
an
cut is-
XYZ, but you got to decide where you're going to make your
Are
cuts.
the cuts that we made figured in already?
No.
Because we just made
just
some
made 'em.
adjustments.
We did, but we're also talking about the future viability of the town, because this is a projection for through 2027, so that speaks volumes when you look at those numbers, when you see the 2%, the 3%, the 4%. Again, there are increases, things start costing more, and we just, we do have, individuals who've worked for the town, depending on their retirement, their pensions, and we need to make sure we're going to be able to fund that for the future. So that's kind of why I'm supporting this at this time. Any other comments from the council?
Well, I think this also has an impact on OPEB, it has an impact
Right.
on all, I mean, a lot of areas that we are required to fund. So I think that, and right now, I mean, maybe in the future, things will change, but right now, we're in a situation financially, not Narragansett, but the world, that requires us to stay, to stay above water, and this is the thing that makes us do that, so I'm okay with it.
Councilor Lawler.
I think we should
Councilor
at
Friend.
least, come down to the point of the reconfiguring with what we reduced and not go any above that, kind of fund what's there. I realize what's happening with the higher amount is basically trying to put money back in, and so we get up a better fund.
Did you say we're at 3.47 at
With the
right
Somewhere,
now?
yeah.
I mean, we're pretty close to the 4.
At 4% for the tax levy, but the tax rate is a 3.47%
That's what I'm
increase.
interested in, yeah.
But we're at the 4% tax levy increase.
Okay. Yeah, I think.
I'd also like to just go back to the point that Mr. Tierney made regarding, the fact that we kind of sliced our budget to the bone in 2020, and you always have to pay the piper. I think that was what the lesson was and what you had to say, and that's the point. And I think what Ms. Wilson's trying to do is to make it possible for us to stay on top of the piper and not be in a situation where we have to go back and find, more money some year because we haven't stayed, solvent properly through the year. So I think we have to do this. I'm sorry.
Councilor Lawler, sorry, we didn't have it.
Yeah, I know where Steve's looking. It's saying 4%, but it might be in a place that we need to be right now. I have had conversations with Chris about next year and what we could potentially do as far as changing our tax base around at the residential tax rate. I mean, ideally, I would like ideally to take a look at the properties in town that are in our neighborhoods that are being used as commercial to house university students. And if we could do a tax, we can't do it tonight, but if we can do a tax next time, that would differentiate the commercial properties that are in our neighborhoods and tax them at a different rate, which we can do, than our residential rate, we can fix this again next year. So tax those who are landlords in our residential neighborhoods at a higher rate, and I believe at that point, by the sheer amount of them on the list, that we'll be able to bring back the increase of this year that is not going to be wanted by the residents, but needed.
Right, but for now, we just have to
Correct.
move forward. I agree with
Jill,
that.
can I just ask the solicitor, because I remember asking that a couple years ago, and I don't think you can do that with the tax rate, change it for commercial versus, is that an option in the future?
There is a method for having different tax rates for different categories. I don't want to say commercial versus residential, but
Right.
there is a method to legally have more than one tax rate.
Like 2 residential taxes. Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a consensus of increasing the tax levy to 4%, with more work in the future. Okay, so I think that's all from the council, and I will ask members in the public if they have any comments to make or any, so they will have that opportunity. Is anyone wishing to speak from the public on the on our budget? Is that Mr. Brady? Yep. Go ahead. You have to get sworn in.
Good evening.
Excuse me. Can you please state your name and address?
Mark Brady, B-R-A-D-Y, 7 Fernleaf Trail.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you?
I do. My name is Mark Brady, and I'm a pickleball widower. I had the privilege of talking at a meeting with Michelle Kershaw, and I just wanted to recap that with the council, going ahead. I confessed then and worked hard. I'm one of the people who are responsible for the explosion of lacrosse in this country. And most towns looked at it as a fad. It wasn't going to go anywhere.
There are towns and communities that are still trying to catch up with the demand for lacrosse facilities, overburdened because they didn't plan ahead. I know pickleball people cringe, and my wife is the addict, but I've got exposed to it, and I just wanted to give you some food for thought, looking strategically. There are depending on the study you look at, there are 4.8 to 5.2 million people today playing pickleball. That has doubled from 5 years ago, right? There are 2 professional tournaments. There are 3 professional lacrosse leagues now, pickleball leagues. Tom Brady has invested in one. It is now a college sport. It is now a high school sport. It was set to be in this year's Olympics, but that got postponed and will be in the next Olympics. Everybody looks at it as an old people sport, just a bunch of old people out there. The reality is the fastest demographics growth in pickleball is ages 6 to 17. It has jumped 22% every year for the last 2 years. The demographics of 25 and younger now make up 25% of the sport. It's not going away. It is growing, and it's growing rapidly. And the demand for Narragansett is not just going to be for retirees and older people, people transitioning from one sport to the other. The demand is going to come in the youth. And it is already starting to develop. And where is that coming from? Well, the growth is coming in a number of areas. It's being included in curriculums within gym programs because it's very inexpensive. Camps, summer camps, tennis coaches are pushing it on the high school level because it's an opposite season sport to tennis. And it allows them to take players who could develop into something and move them into the pickleball to get court awareness, reactions, et cetera, and develop their skills to a net. It is gender neutral. There is no advantage to being male or female. It is actually age neutral. 8-year-olds can play with 40-year-olds. The biggest reason why it's growing is accessibility. You can look at Amazon, you can buy 2 paddles for anywhere, and they're medium-range paddles. So this is paddles that you could play long-term with. 2 paddles for anywhere from $39.99 to $59.99. Balls, you can get a 12-pack for $20. So it's very inexpensive. You don't need specialized equipment. You don't need to take a ton of lessons. You can play just by learning by other people. Now, if you want to get advanced, you might want to take lessons there. Short term, and I talked at the time with Michelle when she had her meeting. I think the short-term strategy would take, to me, the most logical thing is the biggest bang for your dollars. And that is to look at the infrastructure you have for court play. And I hate this, and I started hearing this more and more that, well, tennis players hate pickleball players and vice versa. That's not true. I mean, you just have to look at South Kingstown, and they do it very, very well. You go online and you just schedule. They've actually made a revenue stream out of it, taking that money and reinvesting it. They're redoing courts all over the place, both tennis and accommodating pickleball, because of the revenue stream that they've developed. There is no sabotage. There is no competition. Both sports are growing. Both sports are thriving because of that. I do think, though, and Michelle did a nice job of taking an inventory of what's here now and what could be utilized for both tennis and pickleball. When you look at tennis, you have 1 court. Those are 2 pickleball courts. So you have 3 sets of plays on 1 court. She's also really been innovative in looking at basketball courts being underutilized and also making those available. There's roll-on nets that just roll off to the side, roll back on. It's utilized in South Kingston, it's utilized in most towns. I know she was looking at portable ones that you bag and put away. Sorry, I'm from New York City, so that just seems to me to have an easier feet out the door type thing than one that just sits there and rolls back and forth. But I would suggest, and look at the numbers, I would suggest that the community needs to start looking at investing long-term into this, because the demand is going to be there faster than probably we have the time to react. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Ms. Ciliberto?
Catherine Ciliberto, 48 Earls Court. Again.
Catherine, excuse me, would you
sorry.
be sworn in?
I thought I was still sworn
Do you
in.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help
I
you
do.
God?
I do.
Thank you.
Catherine Ciliberto, 48 Earls Court. Again, I'd like to repeat that the 3 SROs should be funded 70% by the school department, 30% from the town, 70% from the school department budget. Right now, we're funding 100% of 2 SROs, and I guess we're going to be funding 50% of the other SRO. That balance is all off. This is not how it was meant to be. They haven't put a cent toward an SRO. Since we started with the SRO program for 3 years, the state gave 50% of the cost of the middle school and high school SROs, but they don't do that anymore. That means it came out of the town budget again. And this is a service for the schools, so it should be coming out of their budget. The other thing is this. If you pass the numbers down, we have 911 Narragansett resident students in K through 12. In 1998, and that's as far back as I could go on ride, we had 1,800 students. And we're just, I'm not sure what we're doing. We're recruiting kids from other school districts. Every kid that comes in from another school district costs the Narragansett taxpayers money, because we spend, say, $25,000 per student, but the other district only gives us $18,000. So we have to make up the difference. That comes to quite a chunk of change if you have 120 kids. Say it's $5,000 difference, 5 times the difference there is $12,000. It's absurd, really, what the Narragansett taxpayers have to pay to fund other kids coming to our schools. And this is all just a game to keep the numbers up. But it's just a game, because in the end, our students, we're losing them. The school is bleeding students, and that's all there is to it. And it's become a zero-sum game, really. We have a daycare center. The parents call it a daycare. I know Dr. Cummings calls it a preschool. 3- and 4-year-olds. 18 other communities have pre-K preschool programs. They're all funded by the state, 100% funded by the state. We get $0 from the state for our pre-K program. And you know why? I sent an email to Ride and I asked them. I said, why aren't we getting any money? He said, because those other cities and towns asked for a grant, and Narragansett did not ask for a grant. And you know why we didn't ask for a grant? Because there's conditions. They'll fund a certain number of spots, and if there are more kids that want the spots, they have a lottery. Now, I say that any low-income kid or kid with special educational needs we have to fund those spots. I don't care if the state gives us the money or not. We have to have those kids in a preschool. But our preschool also has 3-year-olds, and no other preschool in the state has 3-year-olds. They only take 4-year-olds. As I said, it's just a game to increase the numbers. We started the preschool. There's a lot of different reasons been floating. One of them was to entice parents to keep their kids in the school system. Not working, obviously, not working. 83 kids in the preschool, 50 kids in first grade. Do you know that, so in 9 years, there's going to be 200 kids in our high school. We have to face the reality at some point that we can't get families into town because of the prices. And the other thing is the cost of this preschool to the taxpayers. Do you know a family that maybe makes $200,000 a year, the maximum they would pay per month for this preschool is $480. The market rate's $1,200. We're just not charging enough for the parents that can pay. If we're going to run a preschool, you have to charge them. Now, Dr. Cummings says it's a sliding scale. $480 is the amount of money that a poverty-level family pays for daycare at Tri-Community Services. So they stopped their scale at $480. That's not a sliding scale. This has to be addressed. This is a chunk of change. The other thing is there are 20 teachers getting $5,000 stipends. Think about $100,000. Their contract says they get the stipend, including one of the preschool teachers gets it. with no additional duties. I propose that you all get a $5,000 stipend with no additional duties. In fact, hey, I propose that everybody who works for the town gets a $5,000 stipend with no additional duties. You have to stop really looking at what they're doing, and they have to face reality. We just don't have the kids. And we're not doing anything to get families into town. There's a lot of talk about affordable housing, yada, yada. We have housing vouchers. People apply for them. They can't even use them in town because the rents are so high and the landlords wouldn't take them. We're just in a vicious cycle here. But people have to accept the reality of where we are. We don't have kids in town, and that's it. We can't keep funding a budget that is just, frankly, it's inflated, it really is. And they just try everything they can to draw kids into town. You know, CTE programs, preschool. It's really just going to stop. It's just not even making any kind of sense. And it's taken away money from the rest of the budget. And it's causing tax increases that shouldn't be. You know, this is impacting on regular families. It doesn't hurt me. And I'm not advocating for myself. I never do. We just really have to start keeping these taxes down, and we shouldn't be spending money that we have in the bank, and that's the unrestricted fund. Again, we shouldn't even be spending what comes in, let alone what's in our rainy day fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wojciechowski.
Stanley, please state your name and address for the record.
Stan Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road.
Stanley, I'm going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I'm so happy that you went over the details on the special appropriations. And I feel that the government, you shouldn't be choosing the charities and then taxing us for your choice. Therefore, it's only fair. The only thing I saw was the windmill is good, so we fund the windmill because it looks good. And they've done a lot, it adds to the town, done something. So the windmill gets funded. Now our river, hopefully stopped pollution, so there was some benefits, so we fund our river. Mr. Manny, he gave us documents justifying how many meals there were. I trust he wasn't lying. So we want to provide meals for the old people that want to go over there. Maybe we can try to entice them to stop eating over there. So maybe we can fund that. Everything else, gone. Gone. It's not your responsibility to fund charities. If you want, you can ask us, anyone, to fund the charities, but you don't take our money to fund a charity of your choice. So I hope you'll take that seriously. But one of the big issues is the fund balance, town manager fund balance, $2 million fund balance. Now, we have the opera, $4.9 million available there. We got bonds available for roads and building fixes. So we have plenty of money available to fix and do stuff if there's an emergency. So I say that let them have $500,000 for some kind of plans in case of emergency. But $2 million? No, not $2 million. You save $1.5 million because you got these other funds available. That's a big thing. That's a big thing, and it's simple. Then I'd like to look at the next big thing. I was reading a paper. They had a fund balance of $5 million. I don't understand. The school says here school had a fund balance of $5 million. I don't understand how that runs, but this says they have an emergency reserve of $1 million. A school has an emergency reserve of $1 million sitting there. Then why are we funding them? I know it's only $350,000, but it's $350,000. Why are we giving them that when they have $1 million sitting there? Then they got another $1.5 million for capital. Well, I was told 25 years ago, each school building could handle 800 students. That's what I was told. After 2,400 students, we have to build more, they told me. So therefore, surely we only need 2 buildings. 1,600 students, we could take care of 1,600 students with 2 buildings. Obviously, we got to shut one down. You can take the 3-student ordinance, whatever it is. No more families can move here. They can't just afford it, they can't move here. There's no more kids. You go look at the playground. Very few kids out there. So we need to shut down our elementary school. Elementary school's gone. In fact, I thought about it, I said that could be maybe that could be a place for a mall, a mini mall. So you rent that out as a mini mall until the school is needed in the future. You use now you can bus to one area, all in one area, 2 buildings. We don't need this $1.5 million to take care of an empty building. Well, it should be an empty building over there. So there's a couple of $1 million hanging around in a school area, significant. Then I look at the small item. We're gonna put some new facilities down there at Leroy for the small kids. Well, the small kids are no longer there hardly. So I'm not $49,000. $49,000 I think I saw for Boone Street for the little kids. I don't mind leaving what's there, but we're going to change and add all these items. Let them go to the other one. We don't have to spend. There's $49,000. You're worrying about 1, 2, 3, 4,000. We got 49,000 over there, from what I saw. So these are significant amounts of money, and I hope you'd look at them a little more seriously, because now we're talking probably at least $2.5, $3 million reduction. We don't need a tax increase. If you make the significant chances here, we don't need a tax increase. We don't need a 4%. At least try it, because the opera here is saving us. Right now, at least 1 year, the opera saves us. That takes care of all our problems. So right now, a 0% increase, that's all that's really needed. Look at the numbers again. I hope you really would. Because the taxpayers, not few, very few, but I see those. I have two elderly, $4,000 behind in the rent. $4,000 behind. Well, that was $3,000 behind in rent. Another one, $800 behind in rent. Just now, during the COVID, it was fine. I guess the government giving all money. But we are, post-COVID, we're in a mess. I am seeing, I got a young man over there, $4,000 behind in the rent. I just told him, I says, I got to take you out. Oh, please don't do that. I'm trying to get my wife and kids up here. Well, I'm a fisherman. I can't do it. He gave me $4,000 up front, sucked me in. Now he can't pay. You know, it's a fisherman. Good guy, too. So I see the poorest people, the people who pay $600, $700, $800 a month, and please don't increase it $10, not even $10. So I see those people. Those are rentals I see. Yeah, I have one summer rental. I understand that. I have one summer rental. Never got a sticker. I manage that real well. But what I really see, I see the people that are in trouble. And I can't support them. I told them, I told both of them, the old lady, I said, I can't support you. That's what you're asking me, paying your rent. Me, the landlord, is supporting you. I can't do that. You got to go call your 2 children. I'm calling their children to ask them to pay for their mother's rent. So we're in a little bit of a problem here. And you don't see it. They don't show up here. Nobody wants to show up. I've asked them to show up. They won't. They don't want to show up and show that they have no money, look poor. But they're out there. So I urge you, 1 year, or just 1 year, 0% increase. Get rid of surpluses. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kelly.
Lori Kelly, 25 Wildfield Farm Road.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And I'm here actually because I really wanted to set the record straight. A lot of the numbers that were bandied about the library project are not true numbers.
It is true we have $5.8 million out in bonds, but you all know from the presentations by both myself and Chris Wilson that we will be receiving $3.14 million in reimbursement from the state of Rhode Island, which brings the project to the taxpayers of Narragansett down to 2.65. Excuse me, I have to get something up here. So that's the first thing. It's not 108,000 on top of 5.8. You know that. You asked for presentations, you sat through it. It's 108,000 on top of 2.65. The fund balance of 500,000 is gone. It is currently sitting in an account with Chris Wilson. And Chris, I'm sorry to involve you in this, but in my presentations, I used the full 500,000 to balance the $9 million project for the library. Chris, is that accurate? Yes? Yes. Thank you. So there's no slush fund around that we can go and get this 108,000. If you vote against the 108,000, which you have the right to do, you have never given the library a capital improvement since, I believe, 2015, and we can go through all the other departments that get wild capital improvement, but it's your right. I want you to know that you are refusing to paint the building at the end of the project, something you do with every other department building. You are not putting windows in the children's room, and you are refusing to do acoustical tiles, which is something that Olis, who gave us the over $3 million, asked us to put in. So my objection is, because I know you all said you were for the library, and that's fine, but when you stand up and say enough is enough, we're not giving them a dime over 5.8, that is an untruth. And I want everyone in the town to know who is saying that and their agenda for saying that. The other option is this is a $9 million project. When we move to the new building, you are left with the building, the current library, which had a commercial value of over 1.5 in 2015. So that's another benefit that you get from the library project. So again, I hope that you will consider the capital improvement to the library, but if you really want us to have our grand opening with an unpainted building, that's on you. We have fundraised, as Deb pointed out, millions and millions of dollars. We have filed for every grant that is available, and we're asking you for 108,000. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Richards.
Stephen Richards, 91 Inez Street, Narragansett.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
First, I think it's really interesting, and I want to talk about two general things. First thing is that Narragansett is not really a poor town. It's not Central Falls. It's not, it's not a poor town with a lot of poor people in here. And we're fighting over nickels and dimes over a lot of things that probably are really, are not really relevant to the quality of life that we try to do for the citizens of the town of Narragansett. Kids are playing on soccer fields that are not appropriate. That's really ridiculous. The town is not seeking out the money that is available to them through the Parks and Recreation Department that would be available to help out the, why does the soccer field have to get in such terrible shape? That's ridiculous. Why do the pickleball courts have to be in terrible shape? And yet not one dime of the budget for this next coming year is allocated to either of these things. Where is the people who are responsible for making sure that this town is well managed? Where is it? Where is the money going? And why don't we make sure that these things get funded? I'm not saying, Mr. Wojciechowski, who I understand, no one wants to pay more in their taxes than they have to. No one. We all want to be as responsible as possible in our taxes when we have the responsibility to do so. But in that light, there are people flooding this town with massive amounts of monies, rebuilds, tear downs, this and that. There's monies flowing into this town like crazy, and causing the people who used to live in this town to no longer be able to afford to buy into it or live in this town for long. So it's already done that. That horse is out of the barn. It's not going to change anytime soon. So we have the money, the people are coming in here, and then the people who do not want to, they spend $750,000 for a 1,200 square foot house. I mean, this is ridiculous. So there is money in this town, and we need to be cognizant of what we should be doing for those kids. That was a beautiful speech that kid gave. What is she paying on a rotten field for? Why is that happening in this town? Why should it ever get to that point? Why do the pickleball people pay on courts that are full of cracks and holes in those towns? Why are we playing on those terrible courts? Why? Why isn't a grant going in and trying to deal with these things? No, we're not getting them. So what the pickleball players are willing to do is this. We think that look, you're not going to fund the project. You're not going to do it, that we propose, which is the responsible thing to do, because Mr. Brady over here, who spoke earlier, was right. Rhode Island, there are 50 states, and Rhode Island is the third fastest growing state in the country for pickleball, the third fastest growing state. Every other place, nearly every other place, not every other place, that's not true, but most of the towns are doing something about it. They're applying for grants, they're filling up, they're fixing the courts. South Kingstown is doing a lot of their own budget. They are doing things, and substantial amounts of money are being put into this sport because it's, for the residents, it's low impact, it's good for seniors, it's great for kids, it's great for everybody, and it's low impact and low risk. And it's low expense to get into. And it will be a state high school sport in the next couple of years. But you guys are not willing to understand this. You're not willing to put anything to the table. You haven't put up one dime, not one, for this. And we've talked to every one of you people, and every one of you say, oh, I support pickleball, we support ramps for seniors. I'm 76 years old. I got cancer. I got a heart attack. I got bad feet. I go out there, pickleball is good for me. It's good for a lot of seniors for their health. But you were willing to fund other senior programs. But I don't want to take away from it. We don't need to take away. We've got the money to do it. It's just the will and the desire to do it. So what I'm going to recommend is this, that we wanted to go for 10 pickleball courts. We're going to say that the current location right now, if you extend that current location 12 feet, you can get 7 pickleball courts without interfering with the basketball court. You can get 7 pickleball by 12 feet. In order to do that, the current courts are so bad, they really need to be ripped up. But right now, we need a budget, right now, of, I don't know, $3,500, $4,000, to go fix those courts that are full of terrible cracks. People trip on them, and it's terrible. Somebody's going to get hurt one of these days on that court, and then you're going to have a real problem. But that's because you haven't decided to do anything about that. Nothing. So what we're suggesting is we go to 7 courts. The cost, we have to rip up that course because they're so badly built in the first place that they can never be fixed as it is now. They can't be done. So we have to rip them up, and when we rip them up, we reposition them and put in 7 courts there. 7 courts I'm taking by just adding 12 feet. That total cost would probably be, I can say that I had an estimate cost from Joyce Construction for $98,000, not including the pavement. But that was a year or so ago. So right now, I would estimate in a reasonable sense that it'd probably be about $150,000, $160,000 to do that. So our pickleball players are willing to put in money. We're willing to support this thing with the town if the town commits to putting up $125,000, whatever it is costs more, we'll pay for the rest of it. We'll pay for it out of our own pockets. We'll put that money into it. But what we want is we want a special committee to oversee this thing, to write the grant and to put the grant out and not to just leave it to the Parks and Recreation people, because I know what they've done with the basketball court. They waited forever to put that court in there, to fix that court. We don't want it. We need to do this now so that we're already going to be bombed out this coming summer. We already know there's going to be more people there than we can handle, far more people. So what we're suggesting is that we do it this fall, and then we can see what happens after that. But I think we should apply for grants for the school, for the pickleball courts, and trying to figure out on a long-term plan with people who know what they're doing. And I appreciate your time and effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Our Parks and Recs Director has been working on this. Our Parks and Recs Director has been working on this.
No, they haven't.
Okay, thank you.
Well, they haven't.
Thank you.
Well, wait a minute. You're saying something that's not true.
Thank you, Mr. Richards.
Not a dime. Not a dime.
Okay, moving on. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak on the agenda? On the, the budget. Was that Ms. Combs?
Please state your name and address for the record.
Bretta Combs, 5 Crane Terrace.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to share my support with the SRO. I think you've heard a few community members already speak. I do work in public education. I've been doing that for over 20 years. I'm also a board-certified behavior analyst, certified licensed and insured. I am the person districts call in when they have that case. The landscape in public ed is not the same as it was when we went to school. The easiest part of a teacher's job in the current landscape is teaching kids to read and write and to do math. The hardest part of their job is to watch the news, to see the latest school shooting, and to recite in their head their ALICE training protocols. I think it's the best money that this town can spend. And again, most districts do a 50-50 split. Thank you.
Oh, ma'am.
Hi, Kristen Ryan, 3 Atlantic Avenue.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
My primary reason for being here was to support the resource officer at the elementary school. I have 2 children, Zach and Lola, who are in 4th and 2nd grade at the school. Again, you've heard many comments about why this is needed, so I just wanted to put my 2 cents in for that support. The officers that we have on staff are beloved by the families and the children, and I think, as has been said, the current environment, I think, does require it. But since I'm here, I did also want to say that the young woman, Annalise, is my son's assistant soccer coach, and so I would like to make a request to just tax on to what she said. I think, as I've sat here listening, I think in general, the consensus is just that parks and recs and schools and things that are here for the town residents in general, I think there's a feeling that it takes a bit of second place. And I just would appreciate attention being paid to those things that are here for the residents that live here as their primary residents. As we look at the budget, and as you guys were talking about before, as we plan for the future, I do think that a tiered approach for, obviously we need money. Taxpayers want to, be mindful of keeping their costs in line, but we do need a plan for the future. And there are things like fields. My son plays baseball and soccer, Cristofaro, just as an example. The fields in general, baseball, soccer, playgrounds, pickleball, whatever, they're just in serious decline. And I think if there is a way to plan for the future that can look at differentiating a tax system for those who live here as their primary residents versus those that own property here as a business, that could be beneficial for the future. But my primary reason for being here was for the service officer, but since there was an ask for Parks and Rec and Fields, I just wanted to tack on there as well.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to comment? Okay, seeing none, we're just going to move on to the consent agenda. Oh, actually, we need to close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? A motion by Counselor Lawler, second by Counselor Kopek. Motion passes 5-0. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'd like to approve it with the exception of 5, just to pull off for conversation.
Oh, which one? I'm sorry.
Number 5, please.
Okay. Okay. Motion to approve consent agenda, pulling 5. We'll discuss 5 in a moment.
I'm sorry. Deb, you going to second it?
Did you want to take anything?
Yeah,
Are
I'm
you-
sorry, I didn't hear.
Deb is seconding it.
Okay, so motion by, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? Okay, motion by Counselor Lawler, seconded by Counselor Kopek. Motion passes 5-0. Moving to the motion 5, which Counselor Lawler wanted to separate. It is a motion to approve the 2023 renewal applications for 21 miscellaneous licenses and 1 mobile food establishment, all subject to state and local regulations. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
I just have one question.
Oh, I'm
on it.
sorry.
And Jen, it's probably going to be really addressed to you. The mobile food establishment, I've had a couple people actually ask me about these food trucks that are stopping and staying for extended periods of time on the seawall. One in particular was an ice cream truck, and I know everyone loves ice cream, but we do have a couple of people that have brick and mortar facilities. What is the time limitation? How long, I mean, people obviously need to stop to be able to sell, but are they allowed to sit for a period of an hour or so?
No, they are not. They've been contacted. As soon as you sent me the email, they were contacted.
But just in general, so everybody in town can know, to understand, so we don't have to come back again. What is the time?
They can stop for customers.
Okay.
And there is a time limit on it. I'd have to get back to you on exactly what that
Okay.
is for the MFEs. But there is a time limit as to the hours of operation, and they can stop for customers, but they can't park on the seawall. They're not supposed to be traveling by the seawall. They have been given the regulations as to where they can. They can't be at the seawall, the beach, Narragansett Avenue, so that there is a whole list in the ordinance of where they cannot be.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion from the council? Anyone from the public? Ms. Ciliberto?
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. Just because they're called mobile food establishments doesn't mean they have to keep moving. How can people sell what they're purveying if they have time limits where they can stop? Now, I understand you're not supposed to stop near restaurants that are selling the same thing that you're selling. Same, ditto with ice cream or whatever. You can't clog up public roadways and all of that. But how do you expect people to make a living with these mobile food trucks if they can't stay at a particular place for a certain amount of time? I thought it was 4 hours. I can remember when this was talked about years ago. I thought it was like 4 hours. Again, you can't park here, can't park there, can't park near restaurants and all of that. But just because it's a mobile food establishment doesn't mean they have to be mobile. I think you have to maybe make some definition of what this license is about. I remember all of this when you created it and all of that. It's just seemed to be so constricting. There's a lot of this, 23 licenses out? I'll be darned if I can find, 3 of them. Where are these people, really? I don't even know if they're using them because of the constrictions you're putting on. Just because it's a complaint about one person, I really think the whole thing has to be revisited. I just don't think they should be expected to drive around town and, stop for customers and then take off again. And it just doesn't make any kind of sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Okay, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All
Aye.
opposed? Okay, motion by Counselor Lawler, second by Counselor Kopek. Motion passes 5-0. Next up, we have new business from the Community Development Department. We have a motion to deny the petition from Narragansett Holdings LLC for abandonment of a portion of Barron Road. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Motion by Councilor Lawler, second by Councilor Kopek. Discussion from the council.
So we had we can
Table it.
table this. I would recommend that we table this.
I agree.
Okay, so do I have a motion to table by Councilor Kopek, second by Councilor Lawler? Any other discussion from the council? Anyone from the public? Okay.
So we're not going to hear this one?
No, we're just going to table it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion by Councilor Kopek, seconded by Councilor Lawler. Motion passes 5-0. Motion to table. Next from the Finance Department, we
Council
have.
President? Yes. Could we move motion 22 up to the top? We have our superintendent who's here tonight, who would very much appreciate being able to speak on this topic.
Sure, motion to move. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Okay, so yes, so let's move motion 22, which is a motion to approve a 43rd sworn officer to serve as a third school resource officer, SRO, shared between the school and police departments, subject to school committee approval.
So moved.
Council President?
Yes.
You needed to vote on
Oh, I'm
moving
sorry,
it.
let's go. So motion to move it, so we're moving this, all in favor of moving this up on the agenda, motion 22, moving to the next item. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. So we have motion by Councilor Lawler, second by Councilor Kopek. So discussion, this comes from Councilor Lawler.
So this is actually the second time that I've tried to get this on. Jim, you remember, I think it was in 2019, Rick Leam and I worked on adding an SRO and then also having that person then be at the beach. At the last meeting we had with Dr. Cummings and the school committee, it was the day after Louisville shooting, and I recall walking up to the superintendent and saying, we've got to try again. We cannot allow our kids to not feel safe in school. I mean, to Kristen, who's here tonight, who spoke about her kids, I can't imagine a parent that evening after a shooting happens at the dinner table, what you talk about, and then how you pack a lunch the next day to go to school. So kids need to feel safe. Our parents need to feel that their kids are safe at school. Adding an elementary school SRO will accomplish that. Ms. Alberto mentioned many other things an SRO will add to a school should a child need some help at home to be able to have that. I know we have one of our SROs here tonight, and in addition to the chief and Jim, who also serves as our Commissioner of Public Safety, I do believe they both want to speak. But this position would be more than just an SRO during the school year. The pandemic changed people's behavior, and the term just another day at the beach used to be a fun term. You go to the beach and you have a lot of fun. Well, Michelle will tell you that the Parks and Rec Department, over the recent time of the pandemic, it wasn't fun for a lot. We've had senior beach officials being assaulted. We've had an excess amount of drinking and smoking at the beach. So to be able to have an extra person, to have an actual police officer stationed at our beach, just to make sure that people can have the traditional day at the beach, a lot of fun. The deterrence of having someone being there will deter behavior. So that's my idea behind it. I hope the council is in favor of it. I'm pleased to hear that the school committee is. And I don't know if, Jim, you want to speak on this, and the chief and the SRO before the council?
I did speak, when it was brought to my attention again, I did speak with Superintendent Cummings and the police chief about the program and about the support. Both departments support it. We did the research on it. I agree with it. And also the police department's also facing over the next 3 years, they have 15 officers who are eligible to retire, so it'd be good to keep them staffed and keep that position covered. It would be contingent upon the school committee, which it appears that they will support this 100%, that the funding would be split between the town and the school's budget.
Thank you. Any discussion from the council?
I have a couple of,
Counselor Kopech.
I have a question, and then I have some thoughts. My question, somebody said that we do not split the cost of the current SROs. Is that true, between the school budget and the town budget?
Middle, we do, not the high school.
I'm sorry?
The middle school, we do.
But not the high school?
Correct.
Because we just don't? We might want to take a look at that, just a thought, you know. I was a little bit confused about this motion when I first saw it, because I would have thought that it would have come from the school district, not the town council. I truly understand the concerns that people have about this whole issue. I'm the mother of 3 children, and I believe there is no issue more important than the safety of children, and I firmly believe that we should ensure the safety of those teachers and administrators who spend 7 hours a day with our children. I also think that when a delicate and important issue is raised, that a great deal of thought must go into the process before, not after, implementation, to ensure that while we may be doing something right, that it also has to be, to the best of our ability, the right thing to do. I have some significant experience in the area of school safety and the value of SROs, having spent 9 years in school administration with an office in a high school building that also contained 2 preschool classes located about 30 feet from my office. I have participated in shelter-in-place drills, fire drills, and escape drills, especially after the Sandy Hook disaster. I helped hire a district-wide security officer and SROs in the high school and middle school. I understand the value of these officers on many levels, and actually the hiring of a security officer who was a retired police officer with significant training in school safety as part of his former position was a very unique concept 8 years ago. From a school safety perspective, I understand the issues, concerns, and fears. I did a lot of research on this subject because I just wanted to understand how an SRO fits into an elementary school environment. And a lot of the research that I found was that there was not a lot of information on that subject. So that was a little bit different. Although we do have somebody on our town council who has had a significant amount of experience, and that would be Susan, who served both as an elementary teacher and a principal for over 20 years. So it might be interesting to hear what she has to say, but I have a little bit more that I want to say first. The first is, I carefully read the current job description used for our SROs in the middle and high school and proposed for this position. I find that many of the functions under the SRO position cannot possibly relate to students who are between 4 and 9 years old, or 3, I guess, I don't know. Several of the functions relate to law enforcement that would be moot for young children. Some are already in place with the current SROs from the middle and high school, according to my discussion with the superintendent once I learned about this. If I understood correctly, I believe that the SROs are on site at the elementary school, one at the beginning and one at the other end of the school day. And I want to point out that there is significant school security, including cameras trained on areas within and outside of the school, including along the bike path. All schools in most districts in Rhode Island, including Narragansett, are locked down when in session. This means that visitors must be vetted at front doors of the building closest to the school office and must obtain a badge in the office and generally are escorted to their destination. I know that that is not 100% safe. I definitely understand that. But I think it's important to understand that since the pandemic, the school district has developed significant methods to ensure that our students feel safe emotionally, physically, and psychologically at all schools. I applaud and support these efforts, and I believe that with more specificity to the job description for an elementary school SRO, it would be possible to provide a valuable resource to the school. But I'd also like us to consider a slightly different approach. Because a police officer in an elementary school would serve a very different student body than that in higher level schools, and some portion of the security process is already in place as noted above, I think we should consider testing this concept to determine best practices before we hire a full-time police officer, and instead consider utilizing an existing officer currently employed by the department or reorganizing the existing current SRO duties, or something a little bit different from what we're planning for right this minute. I know that South Kingstown actually has 2 SROs for their high school, 2 middle schools and 3 elementary schools, and they work around the entire town. But what I think is most important is that by testing the program and revising the requirements to better accommodate the younger children, we would know what the actual need is and how to fulfill it. I also know that recruiting a member for a position as an officer has become a more difficult process, and this might work in the meantime as a solution while we try to hire somebody. And, you know, now that you've said, Jim, that there are up to 15 people who are going to retire in the next several years, I mean, I think that's something we have to think about how we're going to do that going forward as well. Finally, I also have completed some research on the issue of both SROs and security in schools, and I'd be happy to provide anyone interested with a study from the National Institute of Justice on the issues of school policing from February of 2022, and an online virtual conference on school safety from February of 2021. The National Institute of Justice is a division of the Federal Department of Justice. Some of you probably are already familiar with that information, but I think that, you know, both of those actions are very, very interesting to pay attention to. So I think it is imperative that if pursuing this objective is important, and of course it is, then we need to get it right the first time, and I feel that we have not created quite a strong enough or in-depth enough plan for this program yet, and I would like to see us find a way to get there. And unfortunately, there's just not a tremendous amount of information out there for us to find information from, and I'm sure that the chief has, you know, a lot of information that will probably diminish what I just said. But I would like to make sure that what we do is the right thing, because, you know, it's our children who are at stake, and I think, and our teachers. I mean, you know, I understand how difficult it is to be in a school building just going through the drills, much less, and hopefully never, anything else.
Councilor Siciliano, any comments? Okay. Councilor Ferrandi?
I have no comment. I support it.
Oh, I can, yeah, if you want to go last. So I know that this has been a topic, and I know it's been a lot of discussion on this, and I know the town manager, who is again, the Commissioner of Public Safety, our Chief of Police and School Superintendent support adding the third school resource officer for the elementary school. So to that end, I support it.
So, you know, I've really struggled with this one. I think, like Deb, I was wondering why it came from the town as opposed to the school department. So I thought it was an unusual ask. And so, you know, I was a building principal in a city school on Cranston Street, and we had SROs come by all the time. It was an elementary. It was a great relationship with the police department in Cranston, and it was beneficial. They came in the morning, they stopped by in the afternoon. They weren't there all day, and if they came midday, they sometimes come to the lunchroom. I'm just trying to figure out hiring a whole new position. If you already have somebody in the morning and you have somebody in the afternoon, why can't we just find the piece for the middle of the day? I just don't understand that additional whole person. Do you want to help me?
Mr. Tierney.
And, you know, again, and Deb, that'd be great if it comes up, but Deb spoke to a lot of the safety measures. I mean, we do those all the time, lockdowns and fire drills, and unfortunately, staff and students have become so, you know, diligent about those trainings. And I think that, you know, the cameras, you know, I worked at the Narragansett Elementary this semester with some URI students. I couldn't get into the building. They had to come out and get me. So we are in a good place with security and safety for our kids here in Narragansett, and I feel pretty confident. Happy to have the SRO, you know, increase some hours, because they're there in the morning, they're there in the afternoon. I'm just trying to figure out why we need one whole person when you already have two pieces existing.
Mr. Tierney, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, I would. I have spoken to the chief about this, about the staffing, and that's where the recommendation came from a new hire as opposed from the staffing, because it'll reduce staffing in other positions within the department. And I would like to invite the chief up to speak on it now. And then when he is done, I would like School Resource Officer O'Connor to come up as well, because who can tell us more what they do in our elementary school? Because they do go in there.
Yeah.
And they interact with the kids, and I don't work in elementary
kids
school
love
as a
it.
school
It's
resource
great.
officer,
Yeah.
so I
It's
think it'd be best if get a little tutorial.
Thanks, Chief.
Yeah, just a few observations. So it's true on my 2 SROs, I have an SRO assigned to the high school and I have an SRO assigned to the middle school. So they come over in the morning to the elementary school and they come over in the afternoon. The issue with that is I can't be in 2 places at once. So when they're at the elementary school, my high school SRO, if he's covering the duties, he's not at the high school. And the same thing for my middle school SRO. They're fantastic, do a great job, but that's one thing they can't do is be in 2 places at once. We recently had a hoax call, a false 911 call for an active shooter at the high school. At the time that that call came in, the SRO assigned to the high school was at the elementary school handling the incoming class. So we had a fast response time because there was a sergeant who was in the area who got there in less than a minute. But the gold standard is to have an SRO in each school. Now, it's true that's not the case in most jurisdictions. If you take Cranston, they got 26 schools, so it's difficult to hire that many people to get them to that positions. But I know Colonel Wick was very well, and I know he would love to have an SRO in each school. It's just something that they haven't been able to make happen. We're fortunate that we're in a situation where we only have 3 schools, so this would be a definite upgrade, and we would be reaching that gold standard. Additionally, when an SRO does need to take leave, such as a sick day or something, it's going to be much easier for us to provide that coverage for all 3 schools with having 2 SROs in that day rather than just 1 as we do now. So we do help out with the shift when we need to. And then I always can use another body in the summer on the beach. Officer O'Connor is going to come up and speak. He's the officer you usually see riding around that UTV during the summertime, because when he's not at the school during the summer, we're going to put him to work on the extra work that we have in the town in the summertime. And that's where that 3rd SRO would go. So at this time, Town Manager, with the approval, I'll bring Officer O'Connor up.
Thank you, Chief.
Well, please do. Officer O'Connor, thank you. Thanks, Chief.
Officer Kevin O'Connor, do you want to state my address? 1 Beaver Lane, Charlestown, Rhode Island. Yeah, I was also at the elementary school for arrivals that day too, and obviously we had that hoax call at the high school, so we can't be at 2 places at once. So, a little bit about myself. Married, I have 2 kids. Both have attended the preschool here. One's currently in the preschool. He's 5. He'll be going to Charlestown Elementary next year. That's where I live. Before becoming a police officer, I wanted to be a school teacher. I was at RIC for phys ed and health. I was a double major. I ended up switching to public health education. I have a bachelor's in public health. I've been a police officer about 13 years and an SRO for 5. Primary objective as an SRO is to provide a safe and secure learning environment for students and teachers. Obviously, we just talked about externally in the mornings and the afternoons, we're outside for arrivals. There's multiple, the way since COVID happened, now there's multiple open doors at the schools for arrivals, parent drop-off, bus drop-off. So we want to be there because those are unsecured entryways, right? During the day, I always check in with all the administrators, not so much the high school, there's Officer Rooney's there, but at the middle school and elementary school, see if there's anything that we need to attend to right away that day. During the day, I go, I help students with conduct, behavior, and policies at the school, make sure that they're following some of the more basic rules. And I also attend the lunches and recesses at the middle school every day. There's 4 of them. That's a really unstructured time. They don't usually have, their regular teachers there. So I like to be there. It's also outside again, unstructured outside. I'm outside with them to provide that safety net. My other schools, there's lots of other school safety measures we do. At all the schools, there's a See Something, Say Something initiative. And it's an anonymous reporting system. It can be anonymous or it doesn't have to be. This is, we go in the classrooms, myself and some of the guidance, and we talk about that, how to use it, the importance of it. And that has been very valuable in people being notified of potential someone's self-harm or harm to the school. With social media now and Snapchat and things like that, people make comments, suicidal in nature, homicidal in nature, and we have a really good, parents and students do a really good job of reporting those things. So from there, I might get a call from a principal, it might be later tonight that happened. Well, I'll go over what to do with them, have them I'll contact dispatch, and we'll get a team of people, we'll get officers out there that night to the house to make sure that person's safe, make sure that they don't have access to weapons, right? And also make a plan for them coming to school the next day, whether it's you're staying home until we get our threat assessment team, which I'm also a part of, together. There's clinicians on that team, guidance, administrators, and we figure out what's the best course of action. Was this a transient threat? Was it a substantive threat? Do we need to worry about it? What needs to happen to get this person back in school? I will go to the home that day, make sure that they don't have access to weapons, make sure that what they're doing, if the people do own weapons, the parents, let's say, what are they doing to secure them, et cetera, et cetera. And then there'll be a reentry plan. And there's cases where that isn't at our school, that they're sent out to a behavioral school or a school or a place where they're going to get the mental health that they need, the mental health assistance. So yeah, a lot of what I do is not always in policing. It's more mentoring, working with guidance. All the guidance counselors I work with all the time. I feel like that's a big part of my job. We try for prevention, intervention, mentorship. Another one, somebody mentioned ALICE training that we do. It's an acronym: alert, lockdown, inform, counter, evacuate. It's just a mindset that, right here where we are now, knowing that if something happens, I don't need to leave out that door. We could leave out these doors, right? It is basically just taking whatever situation's happening at the moment and doing what's best for you and the people around you, right? It's empowering the students and the teachers to not wait for some announcement to happen and to act, right? So that's always an ongoing thing. And I think that that hoax call, a positive from that, was that we were able to have teachers understand the weight of a real situation where they're not given directions, and the announcement wasn't clean cut from an email a week before, right? They actually were like, wow, this is kind of weird. It's been about 10 minutes and we haven't got another announcement yet. Like, I don't remember seeing this email. So it was nice, because then I had a lot of questions that I was able to educate them more of, having good relationships with the neighboring classrooms, right? What's their plan of attack? Are they going to use their doors? The doors all connect in the schools through the classrooms. Those remain unlocked so people can get through to a safer exit, right? And so we went over some more of those things, and they actually listened a lot better than just having to do a training that is, they didn't think they'd ever have to use. I work with the truancy liaison. We try to prevent these kids missing school a lot. We try to figure out the root cause. It's not always the kid doesn't want to go to school. Some kids, they're addicted to video games. This is a recent one. Kid staying up till 5 in the morning. I talk to his mother. I go in the house. The nicest video gaming system you've ever seen in his room with a chair, 3 computer screens. It was unreal. And I was like, he's never going to make it to school because this is more fun. You got to get that out of his room. And so he's been going to school a little better now. But I also do a lot of class talks. I work with, a lot of times with guidance. We go over the pitfalls of social media, screen time addiction. These kids are just saturated with, the perfect body, the perfect life. You got to be rich, And we talk about, we go through all the 5th and 6th grade classes and every year, and we go over the pitfalls of these things and what it does to your brain and how it affects and how depression can happen from that. And we go over cyberbullying, cyber harassment, And that ties a lot into when we go over our see something, say something, right? If someone's always being bullied, well, you know, if we can prevent that, that might be preventing a future school shooter, right? So a lot of what we do is prevention. Law Week, I go in the classrooms and talk to the classes that are in, during Law Week, and also serve on a panel with a judge. I kind of feel a little JV team with that, but I do my best. Job shadow, career day. Some of the kids like to job shadow me, and I'll take them to the station and let them see all the different departments that we have, get them talk to detectives or a canine officer. They really like that. I also have an open door with the basketball team, help them coach their practices. Coach Tess lets me help with that. I've even taught in, there's a 2-week in phys ed, rhythmic class for 2 weeks, and I teach them juggling because none of the gym teachers know how to juggle, so I teach them. Provide assistance support for special events. So we have lots of special events. Actually, in 2 days, we have the walk and bike to school. So that's going to be the middle school and the elementary school. PTO fundraisers, I assist with all that. March Madness is one. They have a pumpkin carving night, ice cream social. Those things, I'm there. I try to be a participant, but I'm also there for security. At that time, there's a lot of parents in these things and students. So I'm kind of, I try to not make it feel like I'm there for security by participating, Student staff basketball games, field day, touch a truck, reading week. Reading week in the elementary school, I was able to get 4 other officers to help out on day shift. They all came in. We all I went to numerous classrooms. They all did a few classes. The kids love that stuff. Sporting events, dances, graduation ceremony. The big thing is I'm creating relationships, right? That's honestly what SROs do. We're creating relationships at a young age so these kids feel comfortable. They trust us. They can come to us. They know they're not going to get in trouble. We're not arresting everyone. We're preventing that stuff. So other things I do, I'm a point of contact for some different things in town that do benefit students and teachers. Narragansett Prevention Partners. I go to their monthly meetings, assist any way I can with that. I have the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts have reached out to me over the years to teach when they're home alone, like a safety plan of they're now going to be home alone or they're going to now start babysitting. Things to, keep in mind for that. So I help out with that. Drug prevention for the Boy Scouts. They were getting a merit badge, and I went and spoke to them about that sort of thing. Other things, Operation Juice Box is this thing that I participate in where if we see kids hanging out at a playground or playing basketball, we can go bring them juice boxes. This organization donates to us, and then a good way to, break the ice with kids and start a conversation,
Thank you. Yeah, so it sounds like you do a lot. So I
do.
think, yeah.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
I'll skip over the rest of the stuff I do. Actually, I do so much stuff you'd think I have summers off, but I don't. I actually work with the CSOs in the summer, community service officers. We hire 18 of them. I'm part of the interview process for that, training them. They're going to be their primary supervisor this year. They're all college kids. It's an paid internship. You guys probably know about that. And then I'm extra patrol. We need more patrol in the summer, and I just add another person. So with that all being said, it's definitely the relationship building that we do, the trust factor. That recent Tennessee shooting was the same day that we had a hoax, right? We had that hoax call around here. The next day, when I went to the middle school, numerous teachers and students made comments of, I am so happy you're here. I couldn't sleep last night. Thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping us safe. And I just think that, I don't know why that the elementary school wouldn't, as a parent of 2 kids, and I know there's a lot of parents here or people that care about kids, I don't know why you wouldn't want that.
I think we have a consensus. We think we are going to.
So that was,
I wasn't talking to you guys.
no,
Yeah.
that was a great filler of what you do for during the day, because, you know, it really, you explained all the different things and how you participate in the elementary school, because sometimes SROs are busy at other schools or have to go on the street, so they stop in, they say hi, but it sounds like you're really embedded in the elementary school as far as the programming, working with the staff, and really being with the students. So thank you for that excellent description and the long list
It's
of
kind of
things.
a lot of stuff.
Well,
Wear
it's
a lot of
excellent.
hats.
No, but it's excellent, and it was good for the public to hear all the things that you're doing, because sometimes police officers are busy and they stop in and they have to go. So the fact that you're spending the kind of time that you are in the schools is amazing.
Thanks.
Can I
you.
ask you one question? Since you have worked in the middle school and the elementary school, what do you think, if you were the elementary SRO, what would be different about your job?
Well, I would be present there all day. I think I'd be able to spend a lot more time with students there. There's a little student who's in first grade. He kept throwing up in the morning at the beginning of the year. He would be so anxious about school, right? So we thought of something when I was there, because I'm not there much of the day. I'm just there early in the morning and then in the afternoon. He was going to walk around the inside of the school and check the doors with me. And he loved it.
idea.
We did it for 2 or 3 weeks, and he got comfortable in the school, and now he has no problems like that. And actually, the teacher just reached out to me last week and said, hey, he's going to go on his first field trip, and he's never been on a bus, and his mom's worried that he's going to have the same issues. So next week, we're going to
Go for a ride?
get a bus. Yep, once all the kids get in, we're going to pull the bus up, we're going to go on it, we're going to drive around the parking lot, not me, a bus driver will drive around the parking lot and make sure he's comfortable and ready for that.
Good idea.
I think there would be a lot more of those sort of things that I'd be able to, you know, if that was me in the elementary school, where I'd get that one-on-one time with
Well,
kids.
thank you. That was a great presentation.
Yeah,
Thank you. Anyone else from the council? Anyone from the public?
Dr. Cummings.
Oh, Dr. Cummings, did you want to speak?
I am personally in support, and I know my principals are in support of having the third SRO. You heard everything that Kevin does, and, you know, wonderful presentation. He is awesome, as is Kyle when they are there. One of the things that, you know, Kevin didn't talk about that is behind the scenes is that mental health concerns are increasing every year. You know, sometimes it feels like every week. And so we often have emergency transports that we have to do. It's great to have a first responder right there on scene when we do have to do that. We have families that escalate. We have parents that escalate that often need intervention beyond the powers of the school. It's also good to have backup for our administrators in those situations. And quite honestly, all of the positive things that our SROs do help to de-escalate lots of potentially bad situations. And so, you know, as they say, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I think this program really does fall into that piece. In a kind of preliminary informal vote, you know, the members of the school committee are in favor of this as well. And so, you know, I just wanted to put that little piece in there. And from a policy perspective, you know, we work really closely with the town manager and the police chief to make sure that we have all the proper procedures and policies in place. Thank you.
Mr. Wojciechowski.
Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Road. Fantastic detective. He's the prime, he's the #1 guy. There's no doubt about it. So he focused on discovering it, finding it. And I just like to kick around the idea of, I was 18 years old when I was qualified with handgun, rifle, and a machine gun. And it might be a good idea to have 4 or 5 teachers or staff members who are qualified to carry a concealed weapon, because he would take care of all the normal stuff. the stuff I think that we worry about is the abnormal, where somebody would run up there, like that gal with the machine gun, trying to go in, and just one officer there trying to deal with that kind of issue. It'd be nice to have somebody, I'd say 4 or 5 people in each building qualified to have a concealed weapon either on that person or within, to give him aid during an extreme emergency. Like Deb was saying, we ought to really look at all the options needed to fix the problem.
That wasn't one, though.
And a child problem and whatnot, he'll catch it. He'll catch the child problem. It'll be that nut thing that could use the hand of somebody within the building that could give him aid immediately. Think about that.
Ms. Ciliberto.
Catherine Ciliberto, 48 Earls Court. I think I've spoken about 20 times on this issue. I'm positive I'm the first person who ever stood up here and said we needed an SRO in the elementary school because of the bike path proximity. I remember when I first found out the bike path was going to go right around the periphery of the elementary school, I thought my head was going to explode, really. I just can't even imagine why it's there. But it is there, so now we have to deal with the reality. You're talking about random people using that path. You're talking about random people having close proximity to little children. You've created a problem. You have to try to do something to fix it. I get up here and I say we have too many police officers, too many police cars. That's for darn sure. But there's sometimes you do have to spend money on police protection. Again, though, to me, resource officer is, like that young man explained, does a lot of different things. Now, these are going to be young children. So I think with any job, you have to find the right fit. We're going to hire an SRO for the elementary school. This is going to have to be a certain type of person. You just can't hire somebody who graduated from police academy. You have to really look at this person and talk to him and do a background. I talked to Dr. Cummings about this years ago. Dr. Cummings said to me, I spoke to other superintendents with bike paths near their schools, and they don't have a problem. He wasn't feeling it, okay, back then. I remember when the whole subject of SROs came up, and they started with the middle school, the school committee wanted to hire security guards. I have a mind, I can remember everything. And the parents didn't want that. The school has never really been on board with this SRO thing because they don't want to pay for it, bottom line. And I think they should pay a 75-25 split for each of the offices because they use them 3/4 of the time and we're going to use them 1/4 of the time. We don't even do a 50-50 at this point if you average it out. But I firmly believe we need a police, a resource officer / police officer, somebody who's going to protect the children because we set up an unsafe condition, and someone who's going to be a resource for them. So I firmly support this, and I think I've been talking about it for the last 7 or 8 years, and I can't finally believe somebody's going to do something about it, so thank you, Jill.
Sir, you spoke earlier in support, right? Are you coming back to state your support?
My name is Munif Halawa, and I live on 11 Goose Island Road. I just want to point out that every school district in America wishes to have the opportunity and the funding to have an SRO in every school that they have. We have the option today to vote in to cover all our bases, and I believe it's a massive mistake to go back and debate. I'll go back a little bit. Ma'am, you mentioned very important points about we need to test the efficacy of it, and we need to give it. I respect, and all of that is correct and great points. If it was the case that we did not receive a call, the fact of the call, the significance of the call, it isn't just that someone woke up one day and decided to prank a school. It is the fact that someone deliberately wanted to test the Narragansett school system, signaled us out to find out our weakness points. And I'm pretty sure now they know that our bases are not covered. Our job as community members, our job as, your job as council members and your community members, the police officers, our whole job as a society, as community, to protect those children, to give the teachers and the administrators and everyone in this school and the parents the peace of mind knowing that their children are safe. The children do not need to fear going to school. The teachers do not need to fear who is that stranger walking, do I need to lock my door? Their job, is to teach, to inspire, to help these children be the best they could ever be within the few hours they are at school. The officers that respond, Officer Kyle Rooney and Officer O'Connor do a fantastic job. The children love them, the schools love them, the parents love them, everyone else loves them. If they tell us they need additional help, we should just listen and do what they tell us. From a person, my professional background is in data analytics, predictive analysis, and a slew of other things that I work with as a federal subcontractor. I worked with every three-letter federal agency you can think of. I worked with them. I worked in different jurisdictions, different parts of this country. And I can tell you one thing, and one thing is, this country is going crazy in some sort. There's something wrong. I joke with people from different agencies and friends and colleagues. I'm like, there must be something in the water. People are losing their minds in this country. Whatever it is, we have a massive mental crisis in this country that no one wants to talk about or no one wants to address. Our job as a community is to care for ourselves what we can. We're a small town. If it's additional funding that we need, we'll figure that out later. We are no longer in a position to debate. We were chosen. We were signaled out, and someone, a group, whoever it is,
Thank
I
you.
assure you, these individuals now know that we have a point of weakness, that these gentlemen here in the police department want to cover, want to plug, in case evil knocks on our door.
Thank
And
you.
thank you so
Your
much.
3 minutes is up. Thank you for your
Just 10 more seconds, if I may. In the summer, there's so much for them to do
We
with
know.
the tourists and whatnot and all of that. Please, the choice to hire a third police officer is crucial, and I hope everyone considers that today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other comments from the council before we take a vote? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion by Councilor Lawler, second by Councilor Kopech. Motion passes 5-0. Moving back to the agenda where we left off. Yeah, we do. Extend. Yeah, we'll have to extend. Okay, thanks. Okay, next from the Finance Department is a motion to award the bid for tax sale title search to the sole bidder, Taft and McSally LLP, at their quoted bid prices, $78 per title exam, $50 per collector's deed, and $8.25 per postage / notice for the 2023 tax sale.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion from the council? Any discussion from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All
Aye.
opposed? Motion by Councilor Lawler, second by Councilor Kopech. Motion passes 5-0. Next, from the Public Works Department, we have a motion to authorize the town manager to sign the solid waste and recycling services agreement with the Rhode Island Resource Recovery Corporation for a 2-year period, July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2025, subject to review and approval by the town solicitor.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion from the council? Anyone from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All
Aye.
opposed? Motion by Councilor Lawler, second by Councilor Kopech. Motion passes 5-0. Next, from the Engineering Department, we have a motion to award the bid for pump station wet well cleaning to the sole bidder, Inland Waters LLC, in the amount of $39,500.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion from the council?
I just have a question.
Council Brandy?
Jim, why is it, is this a unique pump or whatever, with only one bidder, or is this?
We only had one that responded, but there were five vendors were solicited. And if you recall, previously, it went out to bid, and the high bid came in at like 92.5, and we fine-tuned the scope and sent out to additional vendors, and then we had the one that responded at this lower rate.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the council? Anyone from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion by Councilor Lawler, second by Councilor Kopek. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have a motion to approve the purchase and installation of an active internal mixing system for the North End Water Storage Tank by Cortec Incorporated in the amount of $21,673 with a contingency allowance of $5,000 and the preparation plans and specifications by Wright Pierce in the amount of $8,200.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion from the council? Any comments? Anyone from the public?
Just one
Oh,
comment.
sure.
If I could, if you recall, this is another component to correct some of the water issues we have with the TTHMs. We do have the hydraulic study that's been done, the design, but this is one component that we can install now, and we have the American Rescue Plan Act money to do it as well, and we fully expect this to have an effect in improving the water, but at some point, at some juncture, be part of the final solution as well, so we're going to do it now. We'd like to.
Thank you, yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All
Aye.
opposed? Motion by Councilor Lawler, seconded by Councilor Kopek. Motion passes 5-0.
Brett, okay.
We have to make a motion to extend the meeting. 10:30.
So moved.
Second? To
Okay,
extend
all
the
in
meeting.
favor for 15 minutes? All
Aye.
all
Aye.
opposed? Okay. All right, next from the Parks and Rec Department, we have a motion to approve the increase in liability insurance coverage for the caretaker's residence lease at 95 East Middlebridge Road from $500,000 to $1 million and correct the end date of the lease agreement to reflect the March 31st, 2028.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, any questions from the council on this one? Any discussion?
I didn't see a cost, what the difference is in cost. I assume it's fairly minimal, right?
The cost is actually paid by the tenant.
Oh, good to know. Okay.
Anyone from the public? I'm sorry, did you have a
No, I
question?
just, was there, it was just the addition of the insurance, and was it a lot of different changes in it at all, or no?
No, when
cleaning
you
up.
approve it, it's subject to solicitor review. And generally, they're, administrative-type changes. In this case, the date was just not correct, and I thought the insurance was a little low. So we consulted Michelle with the trust, and that was the recommendation on it.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion by Councilor Lawler, seconded by Councilor Kopek. Motion passes 5-0. Next is a motion to approve a one-year contract extension for beach dumpster service with Republic Service Incorporated at year 2 pricing of $31,820.13 under the same terms and conditions as the original bid.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? Anyone from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion by Councilor Lawler, second by Councilor Kopek. Motion passes 5-0. Next is a motion to approve change order number 1 to include the purchase of sand to the purchase order for grading and distribution of existing beach sand from George Sherman Sand and Gravel Company Incorporated, utilizing the miscellaneous repair and construction contract in an amount not to exceed $10,000.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion from the council? Anyone from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion by Councilor Lawler, seconded by Councilor Kopek. Motion passes 5-0. Next is a motion to approve the contract with the University of Rhode Island Graduate School of Oceanography for shoreline mapping and analysis services for Narragansett Town Beach in the amount of $23,017.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion from the council?
I think if I read correctly, this is like the last year that we're going to have this, and the objective is to have the mapping done so that if there was some sort of a disaster, we would have information for FEMA or any other agency, right? So I assume that means that we will get some kind of report at the end of this that tells us what all that is, right?
Yes, correct on both counts.
Just wanted to be sure, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else from the council? Anyone from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Oh, sorry. Was it?
Yeah, aye.
Okay. Motion by Counselor Lawler, second by Counselor Kopik. Motion passes 5-0. Next is a motion to approve the one-time replacement of 4 granite benches along the seawall that were damaged beyond repair during Tropical Storm Elliott on December 23rd, 2022, from Swenson Granite Works in the amount of $13,839.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion from the council? Anyone from the public? Mr. Wojciechowski?
Stan Wachowski, 1044 Boss Neck Road. We're going to keep on doing this until we have a couple $100,000 problem. Can't we ask for sponsors? There was that in the past, we had sponsors that would pay to have their name on there, and then they'd have the bench there. Can we look for sponsors to fund this, number one? If we can't, then we got to get away from the granite. Maybe we got to get to a more fence-like thing so the water can go through it. So maybe the design is going to cause the problem. Either we're going to change the design or get sponsors, one or the other. Because I think this is going to go on forever, and it's going to get worse as the weather gets worse. So we got to make some change here so it doesn't cost us forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ciliberto?
Catherine Ciliberto, 48 Rose Court. These benches already have sponsors. I have 3 benches in town. Every time a plaque had to be changed because somebody damaged it, I had to pay for it. I've paid hundreds of dollars in the past to replace these plaques. When the town decided to get rid of the steel benches at Gazebo Park, in order to keep my spot, I had to pay, was it $1,500 or $1,600, I'm not even sure what the heck it was, to keep my spot. The town didn't replace the bench for me, and I kept my spot. They said they claimed the benches were rotted, so I had to buy a new one. I don't understand why we're going to pay for this. I think the people who chose a granite bench to have their plaque put on it, they knew the expense. I know the expense of the bench that's there now. I know if it has to be replaced, I know I'm going to have to pay again. I paid for plaques again. You know, I don't get it. I've been paying over the years for these plaques and these benches, and because they've been damaged by the elements, and I don't know why these people aren't paying for theirs. And I seem to remember that there was damage in the past, and the owners had to pay. But anyway, I just don't think so. You know, they chose that granite bench. I chose a $1,500 bench. I think they can probably pay for it. Or turn it back over to the town. That's what happened. I was going to lose my bench if I didn't pay for a new one because it deteriorated, got damaged.
Actually,
Jim, can you clarify this?
Yeah.
Because in the motion, it states that it's a one-time that the trust will actually pay for a replacement. But if it happens again, they either have to choose to either pay for a replacement or opt out and allow someone else to adopt that bench. Is that correct?
Yes, this is a one-time replacement that the insurance would cover except for the deductible from Tropical Storm Henri.
So the number we're seeing here to the town, the $13,839, will really be about $2,500
The town
after.
will pay up front, and then once we provide a receipt to the insurance, they will we'll just have to be responsible for the deductible.
Thank you.
and should it happen again, then the sponsor is responsible, right?
We won't be able to file a claim, correct?
Correct. So that's the difference.
Yep.
Okay, any questions, any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Motion by Counselor Lawler, second by Counselor Kopek. Motion passes 5-0. Next up from the town manager, we have a motion to adopt a resolution establishing the administrative compensation schedule for fiscal year 2023 to 24. These are just for the town employees who are not represented by a union. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion from the council? Anyone from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion by Counselor Lawler, seconded by Counselor Kopek. Motion passes 5-0. Next, from the Town Clerk's Office, we have a motion to approve a holiday license for Naughty Girl Boat Decor and more, doing business as Naughty Girl Boat Decor and More LLC, located at 22 Pier Marketplace, Narragansett, Rhode Island, subject to state and local regulations.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion from the council? Anyone from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion by Counselor Lawler, seconded by Counselor Kopek. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have, from the town clerk, we have a motion to approve the filling of one vacancy, municipal court administrator due to retirement.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion from the council? Anyone from the public? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion by Counselor Lawler, seconded by Counselor Kopek. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have a motion to reappoint one individual to the Narragansett Housing Authority for a 5-year term to expire on April 30th, 2028.
So moved.
Second? I'd like to nominate for reappointment Joe Robenheimer.
Okay, we have a nomination for Joseph Robenheimer. Do we have any other nominations?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Peggy Benz.
Anyone else want to nominate any other candidate? All right, Counselor Cicely Bonanno.
So Joe Robenheimer is entitled to his second term, so he's been on and he's due another term, so that's why I support his reappointment.
I would agree with that.
You what?
I would agree with that.
So Mr. Robenheimer actually serves on another commission on the tax assessor. According to the website, is listed. Then it wasn't updated, but it's listed as he serves on it. So the rules
On
is
what?
on the tax assessor.
Tax Assessment Board.
So the rule stated is that if there are other qualified applicants, that although they request a reappointment, that we could appoint someone else. And Peggy is a board
yeah,
member of
she's
Habitat.
checking.
But Gina, are you saying he's not on it? He's not on the tax?
Just checking. Okay. So, Councilor Lawler, so just you want to give a,
Yeah, sure,
so why you're nominating Peggy
Yep,
Benz?
she has an interest in the area. She served on the Habitat for Humanity. I did get a chance to speak with her briefly today, and she's very interested in the opportunity. Thinks it's a very important aspect of what needs to be really helped in Narragansett. And I agree.
Any other comments from the council while Ms. Terrell is looking up the, whether Mr. Robenheimer is serving on another committee?
Yeah, I agree
Councilor Bryant.
that just looking at it, she's worked at the, educational exchange in the workspace, and she worked at the Habitat for Humanity, so I think she'd be a good candidate. Mrs. Benz.
Yes, he does serve on the Tax Assessment Board of Review. He's serving his last term on there.
Okay, so I guess that's kind of the rules. We have other candidates.
Right.
And I didn't realize that. I know Mr. Robenheimer. I like him. I work with him at the food tent at the Lions Club for the past few years. But I think the rules are if we do have other interested candidates who are not serving on any other boards, then we have to consider those
Okay, then
individuals.
I have another nomination then, since Joe Robenheimer can't serve. I'd like to nominate Donna Bignali for the Housing Authority. She applied the last time. She's interested in a lot of different things, but she's a resident of Narragansett. She has stated several times that she's interested in serving her community. She is on the Rotary, and she's pretty involved in town, and she just wants to be on the Housing Authority. So last time we didn't put her on the board. So I hope that maybe tonight she'd have an opportunity to serve if Joe can't.
Any other comments, questions?
I would agree. I know Donna very well, and she's always been engaged in community activities. She's particularly involved in service organizations. I think she would be an excellent person.
Okay. Councilor Lawler, do you just?
I just think that Peggy has more experience in this area that is a needed expertise area.
I agree.
Okay, I would agree with that. So does somebody want to make a motion to appoint an individual?
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Peggy Benz.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay.
I was gonna vote for it because it was indifferent.
Okay,
on that.
yeah.
You know.
Motion by Councilor Lawler, second to nominate Peg Benz. Motion by Councilor Lawler, seconded by Councilor Ferrandi. Motion passes 3-2. Next on the agenda is a motion it's coming from the Town Council. It's a motion to rescind the vote relating to the change order addendum to Article 8.1, subsection B of the miscellaneous road construction 2021 contract awarded to T. Miozzi Incorporated, now LLC, previously approved at the April 17th, 2023 Town Council meeting.
We need to extend.
Okay. So I have a motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes.
So moved.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? A motion to extend by Councilor Kopek, seconded by Councilor Lawler. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, so I have a motion to, okay, going back, I'll read it again. A motion to rescind the vote relating to the change order addendum to Article 8.1, subsection B of the miscellaneous road construction 2021 contract awarded to T. Miozzi Incorporated, now LLC, previously approved at the April 17th, 2023 Town Council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, this one is coming from Councilor Ferrandi. Would you like to comment on this?
Yes, I know there was a little bit of confusion with this. After looking at it a little more carefully, it looks like the blue sheet says there was no escalation clause in the contract, and this is going to cost the town actually $484,385. So I think, for the taxpayers' expense, I just don't think it's a good move right now to have to pay that extra. And this person that has the T. Miozzi will still have the contract for another year, I believe, so there'll be other opportunities for him to bid. Thank you.
Thanks. Any comments from the council?
So he's changing his vote. Do we have to vote on it? Or
You can still vote. We can still have a discussion, and so the only individuals that could have brought this forward are people yeah. So he's voting to rescind it. Any discussion?
so we're voting to agree with your rescinding, right?
Yeah, that's going to be the vote we take.
It's,
And
I
if you,
haven't done it before
yeah,
much, so I
right.
just
So
want to
it's
make sure I
yeah.
got it.
Anyone from the public? Okay, Mr. Wojciechowski.
Yes, I feel so sorry for Miozzi, but I understand that we set a precedent that the persons don't have to go along with the contract. What are we going to do next time it happens? So I commend you on reversing it. He'll probably make it back on a future bids. He'll up his thing a little bit. He'll get it back, I think. I think you're doing the right thing by not allowing the change order to go through. Thank you.
Ms. Ciliberto.
Catherine Ciliberto, 48 Earls Court. To avoid these constant change orders that you have to deal with all the time, 5%, 10%. I remember when it used to be 20%. I remember when the person who designed the Veterans parked there wanted 25%. I said to myself, oh my God, this guy's 30%. I don't know why the town can't put out bids amount certain, and then you all know exactly how much it's going to cost, and you don't have to deal with these constant change orders. You know, people are in business for a long time. They should know how much a project costs. I said this before, we built 7 houses, never had a contractor come to us and say, oh, it's going to cost 20% more, or 2x4s for so much money. They're in business, they have experience, they know how much stuff costs. They should be able to give you an amount certain. But they're not going to do it if you don't put the bid out amount certain. If you allow for escalation clause, you're asking for it when you put those kind of things in contracts, or you know, they know they can put in change orders. Just, you know, keep it simple, and you don't have to deal with the stuff anymore. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion by Councilor Lawler, seconded by Councilor Ferrandi. Motion passes 5-0. Last on the agenda, we already did the agenda 22. So last agenda item is a motion to approve an application to the Effiant Building Fund.
I'll move the motion. Second. So I have this motion on tonight, really from the library board. The Maury Lucian's Library Board would like the ability to apply for a loan for the Efficient Building Fund, which is jointly partnered with Rhode Island Office of Energy and Resources, in order for them to finance a roof-mounted solar photovoltaic system, as well as 2 electric chargers for vehicles. So this is just for permission to go through the application for the loan. The total estimated cost of the roof is, for the loan is $236,260. And Lori's here, and she can speak more, because I think the Rhode Island Energy guy is no longer here tonight, but maybe you can come up and speak to the ability to just apply for the loan, whether you agree or not, it's to apply for the loan through the bank.
Right, good evening. As to it just follows up on the presentation we had last month on how this project works. The Office of Energy Resources, together with the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank, have a great system where they lend us a technical consultant. That was the CADMIS group that made the presentation. And the update is from that to now, we've had a new structural engineering report on the roof, and we're going to have to change the way that the panels are arrayed, but it is still possible without any reinforcement to the roof. So right now, we're at the point where, you know, they're putting on we will soon be putting on a new roof on a new library building, and we want to apply for this program, which on the new configuration, and again, this is all hypothetical because we don't have the actual numbers yet. I mean, until we actually get a vendor that can pitch us on this. But this CADMIS, the technical consultant, has done this for many other municipalities and school systems, et cetera, in Rhode Island. So their numbers should be right in line with what we're going to end up paying. So again, it looks like somewhere around $220,000 would be the cost of the loan. Again, it is a loan that the town would take out. It would be on the books of the town. But instead of the library paying $17,000 or $20,000 a year to the electric company, we would be paying the loan principal and maintenance costs and all of that figure, which would be $20,000. So the technical consultant does show it being positive from the first year, which is really great for us. They, again, make the application. So it's basically, it is signed by the highest elected official, so that would be you, Eva. And other than that, it just goes forward. So we would make the application in May. I think the schedule is we would hear by June 25th. and I think we're held to, within the next 2 years, to go forward with that. The grants, which are very generous, a federal tax grant of about $56,000, and a state grant of estimated to be $43,000, would pay down the balance of the loan. So we would really only have $131,000 outstanding. We cannot apply for the grants until we go forward with the loan, which again, is like a below-market loan. Once we get that done, then we apply for the grants, and it would be down to about $131,000, which again, the library would pay out of their operating budget because it would just be the same as our electrical bills.
Just a quick question. So that the loan, this is just an application for the loan to
Yes.
make the deadline, and you have to have an application to be able to apply for grants.
Yes.
And then if it's going to come back to the council.
Yes, you'd have
correct?
to accept
Yeah, so we'd have
the-
to accept that, and
Right.
then going forward, if it is accepted, then it would come out of the operating to pay for this, the
Loan
loan
payments.
down from the operating budget of the library. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
So can I ask a question?
Yes. Councilor Kopek.
So just to, again, look at the math, we go from this, it says 236,000 on our blue sheet, but it goes down to around $130,000. And the line that says the proposed solar and EV charger project is estimated to produce $4,108 of excess annual savings. And I assume that means excess over the cost of the loan and covering the electricity. Is that right?
So we're
Like we
looking
get,
at
it's a
the,
net 4,000 plus.
oh, yes.
Is that what
Yes.
that means?
So that should be after taking into account all of those
All of
expenses.
those
That's correct.
expenses. So effectively, at the end of the day, we're basically making money.
Well, quite frankly, they show it positive from year one.
From year
I'm
one,
just,
right.
even if we have a slight debit the first couple years, because,
It'll balance out.
right, exactly. We're willing to pay if it's $3,000 more the first 3 years, because I think this is a good investment for
I
the
do too.
town. I think it's a good signal to all the school children, and, we're going the way of charging cars, so we might as well get on board.
Should look at that for the work that we're going to be doing here in this building. I'm a big fan of a solar panel.
Well, we have a great roof there.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why, it really fits this
This roof
project.
is pretty good.
Any other comments from the council?
Go first, Steve.
Yeah, this is more of an observation. I'm trying to look at the details of it, and it says, it's an estimated $236,260, so basically that's the bid or whatever we got, one bid, I'm assuming.
No,
This
there's no
wasn't-
bid. There's no bid. It's a technical consultant who is doing a theoretical array of this project of what he thinks it will cost. The Office of Energy Resources and the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank assign you someone who helps you with the application and the technical part of it. So that's the person, it's not the vendor.
I understand, but how can we, so it's some sort, I don't want to say it's a fictitious number, but it's an estimate from one
It's
company.
hypothetical, yes,
So
that's
could we,
correct.
if we wanted to be more transparent, wouldn't we get 3 bids? There's a lot of solar
I
companies to
believe we
see.
will be getting 3 bids from the vendor when we get to that point.
I mean, right off the bat, so
Nope.
we don't have to, we're going for this one. And this, I guess this Cadmus company helps out, I get all that, it's kind of liaison, but.
So
you know,
we're not
but
ready to go out to.
Can I finish, please?
Sorry.
We're basing it's almost like to get the loan, you're basing this amount. So suppose the next bid comes on higher, you don't have enough of a loan. You follow me? I feel more comfortable with a little more information of what the actual cost is going to be and going out to bid with it, and then you can, go for all the rest of it and get approval from the council for the whole thing first.
So the way
That's-
this
that's-
works is we do not go out to bid until after we have made the application. And then I believe that it's every municipal thing. We will go out and speak to the vendors and they will bid on this project. But you have to make the application. And yes, while it's hypothetical, these are the people that have been doing it in Westerly. I think there's a big water project somewhere up north of the state where they just did this whole project. They are the ones that are saying, this is what they think the array will look like. It's not in stone right now. We're going back and forth with the array,
Right.
the
That's
angle,
what I
the
mean.
brackets, all of that.
Right.
But they have the expertise to say, this is what it looks like it's going to be. And as I said to Deb, let's assume they're off by a little bit and it's going to cost us more money. I don't think it's going to come in with, it's now going to be $500,000 on the loan. I think they're pretty much back and forth with the two state agencies to get this number, something that the vendors can agree with.
I just feel a little more comfortable if we had a little more definitiveness to it.
Well, and I would say again, this is like Jill's point on why we couldn't apply for the OLIS loan for the library, because we don't know how much we're going to get. It's very frequently with grants and aid that you don't know until you make the application. So there's not going to be a big mismatch on this because the state is guiding us through this.
And this is just the application. That's all we're doing. There's no requirement here, just the application.
Any other
This seems like more
questions or
application
count?
to me.
I have a
Only
couple of
getting-
questions.
Council Lawler
I'm sorry.
hasn't spoken
No,
yet.
go ahead.
Okay.
No, please finish, Steve. Okay.
No, I'm done.
You're right.
Yeah.
I've got a couple questions. One, I don't know if it's for Mark or for Chris or a combination, but the question is about debt issuance. So the voters voted for the 5.8 million. With this amount, it's going to put us over that amount. Can we even do this? Can we even talk about having them apply for a loan? Because the voters voted for 5.8 million, and this is a loan that the town ultimately will sign, and is bringing that debt issuance over that dollar amount. So I don't know if it's a Mark question or if it's a Chris question.
We have to,
Oh,
Have to extend, right?
yeah. Motion to extend by 15 minutes.
Who's the second?
Second.
All right. Okay, a motion to extend the meeting another 15 minutes. Motion by Councilor Lawler, second by Councilor Ferranzi. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes 5-0.
So the town has the authority through ordinance to issue up to 1.5% of the operating budget to issue debt without going to the voters. So it can be done. There's things to consider. I don't know what else the town's doing. It's within a fiscal year that you can go up 1.5% of your operating budget. And we did already issue $650,000 with Rhode Island Infrastructure. So I'm not sure when exactly this is happening, but that's something to consider. I just have to know more. I'd have to know a little more. And then there's things that happen in a calendar year too. We don't want to get too close to $5 million in debt in a calendar year. The way the interest rates are, we could have issues with arbitrage and not spending our money on targeted timeframes.
Okay. And
So I just need
you need more
we need more
information.
information.
Okay. And the other question I have is really about this different source, Jim, or we still have our town engineer here, that's good. What implication will it have as far as the town's contracts we have with our current vendors for power? Will this have any implications at all? Do we need a separate account? I mean, what happens?
For the solar credits,
Yes.
John is still looking into that. We don't have an answer on the numbers for that right
Okay.
now.
well, it goes through Rhode Island Energy, right? So it's the same company.
I think it's in comparison to the report that was received on Tuesday. It came in, I believe, after this was drafted, but we won't be sure of the numbers until John checks that.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so again, though, this, just to clarify again, this is just for an application. We're just kind of moving forward with the application. Everything's coming back to here. And then, so we're going to be approving it. And if anything happens where we're like, it's the debt issue or whatnot, or any other issues, then of course we can, not approve it. But just moving forward for the application so that we can apply for grants, I think is important. But anyway, that's my 2 cents, but Mr. Wojciechowski.
It's okay. Wojciechowski, 1044. I just, on the document, I saw 5%. They seem to indicate there would be a 5% loan, probably in that area, and I just don't, once I see that, I don't see that happening. No contract saying 5%. So there's an error right there. That scares me a little bit. The other thing, I did talk to an electrician, and unless you've got a bill of over $1,000, it's not, with LED lights, I'm not so sure you'll have a bill over $1,000 in the new facility. Maybe the old one, but the new one should be under the $1,000, therefore it may not be financially a plus. I don't know, because the numbers are not there. But this is still a little iffy at this point. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak? No, seeing none. Any additional comments, Councilor Ferranti?
Just one comment. It says here there's a deadline, we're under a deadline of this May 12th to get to, for this loan. And it says the screenshot below to show it, but I'm looking through the rest of it, and I don't see where there's an actual deadline unless it wasn't included in here. I don't want to feel like we're under the gun to
No, it
borrow
was
this
not
money.
included. It is a
Yeah,
May
so-
12th application deadline, and then the other dates are, the review period, the correction of the, in other words, it's much like we did with OLIS. We give it to them, they go, we need more clarification on this part, and we go back and forth, and I believe they make their decision by June 25th. So you're right, that was not included in here.
And there's that's a drop dead date by the 12th. It has to be in by then?
Well, we've been working on this, trying to get information on whether this would be a go or not for probably the last 18 months, so that this is this round. So yes, if you say, we can't approve it now, next year we can look at doing this again. The thing to me is that we're doing the roof now, so it makes sense to have the roof warranty, the solar panels installed in one fell swoop. The other thing is, I know you want more information.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to get any more information because no vendor is going to come in and do proposals before we have the financing for that. It's just a waste of their time. So, they know the state situation, and I'm sure we can go out to bid after we have an approval from the state.
Any other questions?
Yeah, they're stating in their report that it says, the roof is appropriate. So I don't know, they're stating right in their report that says the roof is appropriate. I'm assuming that's the new roof, so I don't see why they couldn't have a better estimate or a closer estimate, dig in a little bit more. I just feel a little more comfortable if I had some more information on it. Seeing that you've been looking at it for 18 months, it'd be a little easier to, instead of have something, seems like a surprise where you have to talk about it and get it by the 12th, within 2 weeks. That's my point. Thank you.
I agree with Steve. I wish we had more information.
That's all.
I think it's, it's just, again, an application, so I don't have an issue with it. So we can just take the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, motion by Counselor Sicily Bonanno, second by Counselor Kopek. Motion passes 3-2. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion by Counselor Kopek, seconded by Counselor Lawler. Motion passes 5-0. We're adjourned.